Do we have the new preliminary, the new
Yes.
Yeah.
So we'll go to that.
certified?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. So we'll go to that first this morning, and then, just FYI, I saved the calculation workbook is on the.
Recording
OneDrive.
in progress.
No, excuse me. Okay, let's call court to order. All right, today is Monday, July 29th, 2024. It's 9 a.m. Proof of posting, please.
The agenda was posted on Thursday, July 25th, 2024 at 4:35 p.m.
All right, thank you. And I see no one besides us in the courtroom, so I don't think there's anybody here for public comments, and then we did not receive any requests for public comments. So let's go back just a second. Let's stand brief for a moment of silence, and then we'll have a place to the flag, as usual. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Pledge the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. All right, jumping right into it today, we're gonna go to items D, which is budget amendments, transfers and changes, and D1's regarding the FY 25 budget. Francis?
Thank you, Judge. So we now have the certified taxable value, as well as the calculated rates, the final rates. And so we'll just touch on those to start with. The rate calculation worksheets are saved on OneDrive. There's I think it's a PDF that's saved out there. And so if you want to see any of the details or walk through that, that is there for you to see. This tab that Haley has pulled up, this is the first tab, tax info tab, on the general fund worksheet. And so this is, of course, the same format that we've been using for a while now, but you'll see there on the left is the current year tax rate, and then the right being the 2024 tax rate. And it is the 2024 tax rate, 2025 budget, so. You'll see that the certified taxable values are there right over 28 billion, 41 million. That's a $1.4 billion increase over last year, or this year rather, 5.4% increase. And then moving down on that green side of the chart, you'll see there, there's the three rates, the total rate being the no new revenue rate, the current rate, and then the voter approval rate. So those range from 0.315 up to 0.423. And then the very bottom green line shows the increase in total levy. And so that's the total for INS and M&O at 100%. You'll see there for no new revenue that the increase is just, it's 672,000, so very minimal there, which is telling of the change in the taxable value and what that's made up of. But then you'll see the current rate there, an increase in revenue of about 4.8 million. These were very, very similar to what we have had for preliminary numbers and figures to look at. So not a substantial change from a month and a half ago. So before we keep moving into the budget, the expenditure side of things, is there anything that anyone wanted to talk about or any concerns you have?
I just, so for the days out, you'll apply where we are right now with the request that we've kind of made some judgment on, and we're gonna look at that and see if we need to go back and.
Yes. And so we have that on the main summary tab. We've been filling in per
Right.
discussions, you know,
Okay.
with the COLA and the move to min and those types of things. And so today, before lunch, I just really want to try to hash some of those out, get some consensus on those.
Okay.
So that we can know where we stand, and then also so we can start putting together the proposed budget document for Wednesday.
Okay.
And so I think really, oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I was, because on this page that we can, it'll allow us to plug in different rates on the, and see how that changes everything. Not on the Zoom part, but on the budget one. We can still do that?
Yes.
Okay.
You'll have to download it and then you'll be able to.
Yeah.
Download it to your desktop. And so, yes, on that main summary, there's like a yellow box at the top. And so that's where you can just like
Plug in?
plug in a number
Okay.
and then total rate, and then it'll calculate for you, so.
The bottom line is, if we want to, we only have $672,308 dollars to deal with if we want to stay at no new revenue rate. Under the current tax rate, we'd have an increase in revenue of 4.77, and that's the voter approval rate's probably not something we're gonna look at right now. So,
No.
I would like court to look at that. Okay?
Okay. So then just to get back into expenditure discussions, I'm gonna, Anna, are you ready to go back into personnel?
While she's coming up, I appreciate, they furnished us, I guess last Friday, was it last Friday, an update on a question I asked about operating our total budget projected this year versus what the budget is for 2025 with everybody with, as far as asking. And then I went back and looked, and there's a place in there for just operating cost. And just on the operational side, the difference between what's projected and what the 2025 budget looks like is over 8.5%. And that's a considerable amount.
Yeah.
Versus cost of living, and I think that's something that we need maybe to look at as far as.
I think if we want to get to the COLA that we want to get to, that number's got to come down. That operating number, if we want to get to this personnel,
Well, that translates to over $3.5 million.
yeah,
So,
if we want to get to where we are with the personnel, and
yeah, I agree with you, Will. I think it's something
then.
we've got to look back
and
at.
that's gotta, that, across the board, every department,
Yeah.
I think.
Well,
needs to-
some departments were actually less, and that's, that's great. I appreciate that. I appreciate them holding that they're able to do that. But those that have a significant amount, maybe, maybe that's something we need to discuss as far as asking them to pare it back somehow.
Yep, I agree.
We've done it before.
Yeah. And if it's just across the board percent,
And, and the fact that we only have this, this amount of revenue growth. I mean, and a homeowner, and the average home is up 10%.
and it's something to think about, okay?
Okay.
I was just filling in while Anna was coming up.
Thank you, I needed it.
That fill-in time, okay, good.
So there are, I think, 3 kind of outstanding things we wanted to come back to. And so one of those was discussion on elected official salary. The next was just confirming a consensus on department head salary, and then also discussing or getting a consensus on any actions on vacancies as well. So those 3 topics I hope to cover. Any particular order the court would like to take?
And I was gonna add to, I know salary increases, I think, was good, but new positions, maybe just revisiting it and just making sure we have a consensus on what.
Oh,
we're adding
yes.
There too.
I'm sorry. I think I've
no,
now
no.
like merged that conversation
With
with
the vacancies.
vacancies.
Yes, that's good.
Yeah, we would touch on
Perfect.
those new positions.
Okay.
when we Touch on vacancies.
Whichever order you got it on your computer's fine.
Okay.
It is with me. That's up to y'all. I don't-
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. So I have the salaries up here. So we'll talk about that first. And I'll share the screen I was sharing on Friday. So this is where we left off on elected official salaries. And so it seemed like the court had reached some sort of consensus on applying a flat rate to constables and JP offices. Those are the offices that have a lower compensation ratio, and then particularly the constables, elected officials. I recommended addressing those because some of those salaries fell below the new pay grade minimum for chief deputy constables. And so we had a fix for that, and we have just applied a 6% increase to all of these. That would include COLA. And so that left a final comp ratio for these officials here on the right. Those are the ending comp ratios for all of those constables. So it maintains the level or the differences in salaries we have currently. It just ensures that they are now making above the new pay grade minimums for their staff. Was the court still okay with that?
Can you slide back so I can see the titles again?
Sure. Here, let me hide this. So these are the ones we kind of landed on.
Okay. Is it, and that's just the constables, okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And this is the salary with applying that 6% increase. COLA wouldn't be applied just because the COLA is 3.11, so
Okay.
they would be getting more than COLA. And then this was the final ratio, which isn't anything that is completely out of line with the other ratios for elected officials.
And where's the dollar amount then?
It's this amount here.
That would be the getting up to the 0.92, 0.87, 0.87, 0.87?
Yes, sir.
That would be that amount right there?
That would be this amount, the 6% increase would have a resulting comp ratio of these numbers here on the right.
Okay. That gets us within the
What?
0.8.
What would a 1 look like on,
One on all of them?
no, precinct,
the
precinct
constable?
1?
On this,
One through 5?
Well, the only one that's really out of,
the one,
the 104 is,
gotcha.
yeah.
That would be 88,428.
So I would say move 1 to that and then keep all those in that.
These salaries here is what I've
Yeah,
highlighted
just
in
like-
green.
Yeah, just like that.
9181.
Right here so you can see the constables.
Perfect. Okay.
Okay, if everyone's good with that, I can jump to JP's.
And that ratio then is a 1.0?
That's an exact 1 ratio. It'll just match the salary survey.
Okay.
And so the next were the JPs. We did have 3 JPs submit salary requests. Those are those highlighted in that orange color. And then this column here is the salary that they requested. And then applying that same, just a flat rate across the board. That way the differences between each precinct and salary are maintained. We're just adjusting them up, which we would recommend just because they are some of the lower comp ratios amongst the elected official group. And so this,
You'll come over here?
oh, let me make it a little big. I think I can make it slightly bigger.
Just slide all my stuff this way. There we go. Okay, just set that up there. There's a reference if you need, forget who is, I do.
So then what does that make a salary? Where are the where are the recommended salaries then?
So I don't think we landed on a flat rate here. What I can do is do the same 6% we just applied to the constables.
The methodology was a percentage, we just hadn't established that percentage.
Yes.
And I wanna, I don't know if it's appropriate time right now, but Judge Hensley's in here, and she wanted to speak, and I'm assuming it was to this.
Yes,
Okay,
to me,
okay, so,
What'd you just do then, Anna?
I just applied the 6%, similar to what we did with the constables. I just applied that same flat 6% rate to all of the salaries, and I think it still doesn't even bring some of these up to a 1 ratio. So it's
Can you
still,
move that arrow off at the bottom one, where I see what it says?
yeah.
83.55. So Judge Hensley, won't you, if you don't mind, good morning, how are you today?
I'm good, how are y'all? Before I sit down, can I pass y'all something? I think it'll make,
If we do,
I was gonna say, we can help you pass them out if you'd like to.
what if she just threw it in there?
What do you mean by flat rate increase, Anna? Just a percent?
Just applying the same percentage
Okay,
across all of
that's
them.
all that means. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is this on here? Okay, I didn't think so.
I had hoped to get it to a PowerPoint, but my weekend didn't go that way. So I
This is
apologize
fine.
for that.
This is good.
The reason I
hadn't seen
wanted
this
to,
map in a while.
Yeah, I need it.
I know last year when salaries for JPs came up, there was some statements that we all do the same thing, but actually we don't. And that's why I wanted to look at it. If you look at the map, roughly half the population of McLennan County lives in Precinct 1. So we have more of everything by virtue of that. We also have both hospitals and about 75% of all the senior living, nursing homes, assisted living, whatever, are in Precinct 1. So we have a lot more deaths, and from my perspective, that's what's really taxing. I mean, my civil filings are twice the next person, and they have been from the day I walked in the door. So we're spending more time doing that, obviously. But that's not as taxing to me because if we can do 10 evictions an hour if they come in with all the paperwork. So if we do 2 or we do 10, I'm here. That doesn't factor in as much to me as the inquests do. And Judge Peterson and I have averaged between us 400 inquests a year, so 200 each most years. I know 2020, the 21-22 was a bumper year because we had 450 instead of 400. And last year I was out 2 months, so Pete had more than I did, but it still came up to right around 400. This year, on June 10th, I was at 116, so I'm going to be over 200 if we're at that rate on that. And if you look, the others, the highest ones that you see were last year. Perea and Richardson had 79, and Pete and I had 235 and 160 on that. And that's what's really taxing are the inquests, because they are 80% after hours.
They're not scheduled, right?
Yeah, and they're not, and I know y'all get a lot of constituent calls, and I'm sure you get very tired of it, but I bet you don't get very many after 9 p.m. I get almost all of this after 9 p.m., like emergency detention orders. It's unusual for me to get, on the weekend, I'll get 1 or 2 in a day, but during the week, they're all at night. And usually people start getting uncomfortable around 10 or 11 o'clock at night, and by 2 o'clock, they're walking down the street naked, and that's when I come in. So it's always a middle of the night task. So I really do think that Pete and I do substantially more than the other JPs do in the area that's really taxing. And on the tickets and filings, I've been at the top since I walked in the door. So I think that relative to the other people, I deserve a raise. And I think that Pete and I should be more than they are. Or what I wanted people to do when I first came in, Williamson County, the JPs rotate the on-call. And so, not just in their precinct, county-wide. So like 1 weekend a month, they are it for EDOs and inquests. And so I'm sure it's a very long week, but then you got 3 weeks to rest. And I suggested that a time or two in our JP meetings my first year and then 3 or 4 years later, and no one in any of the other 4 precincts had any interest whatsoever in doing that, which is fine. I mean, it is what it is, but it should be compensated differently.
So,
I'm sorry, Judge, go ahead.
well, I was just gonna say, right now, precinct 1 is making, relative to the other JPs, is higher.
Right.
And so what we're looking at is we're realizing that those need to be up. So if we go the same percentage all the way across the board, you and Judge Peterson still will be the highest
Right.
paid ones. And but then the court does understand that y'all don't all do exactly the same thing. We know most everybody. Let's see, there's no attorneys that are JPs, right?
No,
So-
Fernando was
so-
the only one.
Everybody's qualified to do the same thing. Some of y'all do more than others, there's no question about that.
Yeah.
And so we've tried to recognize that, and we keep, and the good thing, and I appreciate these numbers, because several years ago, we asked HR to start giving us data, reasoning behind
Right.
anything we do compensation-wise, so,
And there's, I don't know, do you have access to the ICA reports?
I just put it up on the screen there.
Oh,
And
no.
so by far, I mean, my data coincides with Judge Hensley's. So precinct 1, place 1, and 1, place 2 by far exceed in cases on
and
docket.
that's what we want to see.
And-
Because, let me make one more
You
thing.
bet, Judge.
The only other thing is that, last year we had 2 grievance, filed, and we went through that process.
Right.
So, there was a settlement in the grievance process, so that means they agreed that what they're getting is good. And so if we go with the straight, across the board increase, then that means everybody's still good. But we do realize it needs to be increased. And so that's what we're working on.
I agree with that, but I still think there should be a more significant jump between the others and precinct 1.
Yeah.
correct me if I'm wrong.
Particularly me, because my civil filings are twice most of them.
We've given some of the lower paid JPs pay increases last year, the year before, correct? But I don't think it affected 1-1 and 1-2.
No, it didn't. That, and just
So-
for my 2 cents worth, since is this on TV? Can
Yeah,
everyone- Okay,
yeah,
never
you're
mind, I'll
live.
tell you privately.
You're public.
I will tell you privately. But for my 2 cents, the best JP in the county is Richardson. I'd do whatever I have to do to hang on to him.
Right, understand.
There's somebody on the court who feels that way too, so.
Yeah, he's a, but what my thoughts were, we did address that, now we're gonna address it again this year. And so there is compression because of what we did in the past as opposed to the other precincts and not. My thoughts this year were to be to get everybody to minimum, but 1-1 and 1-2, put them at a 1.0. That was my thoughts.
Okay. The adjustments last year were to bring people above the 0.8, because we had JPs that were below the 0.8 ratio. And so that was the goal last year.
Right, and I recall, but I'm just wanting to make sure we realize that does put some compression, because there's still the same amount of work that they're doing without. And I get it, and I'm glad we did what we did, but I just think looking at the volume and the quality
Yeah,
of
I'm
work.
not saying
we get out of
anybody's
1-1 and
overpaid.
1-2, just to put them at a 1.0, I'm curious what it looks like.
Sure, and I can put, it's the same as the salary survey, so I'm about to share it now.
My comment would be, we base incentive pay on people going above and beyond what's expected. So shouldn't that translate also over into those people who go above and beyond what everyone else is doing?
Well, the elected officials don't get incentive pay.
That's what I'm saying.
Just comparing
That's
the
what I'm
two.
saying. So
So what you're saying is because of the volume of debt, they get called out 240-something times a year.
shouldn't, going above and beyond. We recognize the importance of that in other people. Shouldn't we recognize that importance here?
You know, and Judge Richardson is doing 809 magistrations at the jail. Oh, whoops, wrong. That's 21, 22, excuse me. So far through May, through June 10th, he's done 304. And that's a direct savings to the county because we don't have to pay the part-time magistrate to come out there and do that work.
Well, we're still paying. We still have them out there.
Well, but if in theory,
Yeah.
if he's covering a weekend or whatever, then we don't, it's an hourly pay, right? We're not giving them a salary, are we?
No, it's part of his salary, I guess, so.
They are part-time, so there is an hourly rate that was
Yeah.
attached to this.
So if
Or
they're,
magistrates.
if he's magistrating, then the hourly person that we are paying is not, then we're not paying.
Yeah, I mean, you realize the savings there.
Mhm,
There's
there is
gotta
a
be-
savings.
There has to be a savings realized because he's taking the place of somebody that we would be paying.
Yeah, I think he's in a rotation with them, so he.
He's in the
probably gets
rotation with
once
them?
every 5 weeks, 4 weeks,
I think once a month, but I could be wrong.
once a month.
But I think he's out there once a
And
month.
I'm just trying to be reasonable and looking at what, so he knows once a month he's got that, and we did compensate him a few years for that. But we've never compensated people to get called out at all times of the night for these things, which 1-1 and 1-2 do more, obviously, 3 times as much as most everybody else in some instances here. I think there's value to that.
When is the last time the JPs kind of met together to discuss a possible rotation? Because we have a new official, so I just want to know if that would have been a discussion with them.
It's probably been 3 years since I've brought it up because I didn't just get a no response, I got a loud resounding no. And I'm like, all right, I can take a hint.
Yeah.
Right, any questions for Judge Henry?
Good?
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Welcome anytime.
I appreciate it.
Thanks for the info.
So, I don't know, what is your thoughts? You said, or somebody, who was talking about 1.0? That was you. What were you saying again?
To see what it looked like at a 1.0.
On those, just those
On which-
two.
Just those two.
And that's.
How
this
about-
Here.
How about 1.0 on 1112 and then 4?
With Richardson?
It would be the same 94,000 amount.
94.
But based on volume, I wouldn't recommend that, if we're basing it on volume.
This showed truancy. Mayor Montez has been stepping that up big time. Just wondered, Joe, here it is.
Yeah, but isn't that performed
I mean, not
during
necessarily, Scott.
during regular operation hours?
It's not a,
We're basically talking about,
it's not a huge number.
No, I was looking at that.
We're talking about after business hours.
well, this is 23, this is current, isn't it? Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, we're talking about
Judge
those that are
Richardson
having to
does
spend hours, after
more than
hours
she does.
working.
I know what you're,
Yeah.
I know what you're worried about. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Because all of them are getting a bump.
But
I just think that
go back,
Hey, I'm not scared of that, I'm just saying it,
What does it look like
that's what it means.
to do what Commissioner Jones said, 1.0 on those three, and then 0.9?
0.9 on the others.
Yeah.
This one's already at a 0.92.
Yeah, leave his. God, that's, to me, that's,
can we kind of hold this until we get more to where we get the crystal ball starts clearing up a little bit and we see exactly? This is what I would like to see, and I'm more adamant about 1.1 and 1.2 than I am the others, just because I know we've increased pay in the last couple of years. But I still want to see it in total, so we know, okay, hey, this isn't doable. And if it's not, then we got to come back and make some changes.
Okay.
Is that?
I'm good with that.
leave that up there for just a second. That's $7,500 increase. For 1.1 and 1.2. And then.
Is that ending salary reflective in those new ratios right there, that 1.9?
So these are if you had gone with the 6%
$16,000
increase across the board.
Do what?
So these are the actual ratios.
That's the ratio right there.
Yes, for
And
what?
is that the actual salary, ending salary right there that goes with that?
Yes, these two go together.
Those two will go together.
The ratios on the end were if the court had gone with the flat 6% rate across the board.
Well, you can't go, you can't,
This is my goal. What you have there at that ending salary, that's my goal.
you can't go from .92 to a .9.
Yeah, you'd have to keep.
Oh, it's
you have to-
rounded.
You have to keep three,
Yeah.
Oh,
you have to keep three the same. You have to keep that at 9.2, yeah.
This JP4 salary had already been adjusted for the jail magistration. That's why it's currently higher than JP2 and JP5. If we're basing it also on the after-hour work volume inquest, that's very comparable to JP2 inquest quantity presented by Judge Hensley.
Hey, hang on just a minute.
leave it up, and I agree, let's move on and ponder that some, if that's all right.
Okay.
And that's just me talking.
That's, I always like to let things digest a little bit. So get used to this and see what it looks like and
So the next piece was the department head salaries. And so I was asked to create some options differentiating pay more so on the lines of tenure. And so I have tenure here for the department heads. And so we have two standout department heads as far as tenure goes. And so that's our Director of Veteran Services and our Purchasing Director. And so I have ratio option 1 here for adjustment to department heads. This is the current ratio that we have in place with salaries as they exist now. The last conversation, the court kind of landed on ratio option 1, and that's bringing those that were a little lower in the pack to a 0.9, and then leaving the rest the same. This is that increase for that ratio option 1 that we walked through. I created another option here that accounts for tenure, and also we have 2 department heads that actually exceed the education requirements of their positions. And so that is our Director of IT, who holds a master's degree, as well as our Director of Health Services, who holds a master's degree.
question quickly before we get, are we gonna consider tenure in every position in the county?
So we have not for general
that's-
positions.
I can't support
That's a
it.
slippery, yeah, I
Okay.
think that's
Here,
a
if
slippery
we
slope.
can't do
Yeah.
it.
Mhm.
I'm
You're gonna
sorry.
be- Yeah, I agree.
And so that's what these other options were considering. So Judge, I was just going through department head salary and just reviewing where we had last left the discussion with this ratio option here, with just adjusting those lower department head salaries to a 0.9, so that they're a little similar to the rest of the pack. And this is the cost associated with that. And then I had mentioned that somebody had wanted to see some ratio options based on tenure, and so that's what these options were, but it doesn't sound like there's,
And these get, the department heads do receive incentive pay.
they do, yes, they do receive incentive pay.
I just don't think it's to use it here and then not use it over here. Although I do agree that we need to do some work.
Can you squeeze that down where we can see who we're talking about again?
Yes, sir.
Not easy to follow when you don't know who you're. Affected, not affected. So option one does not include tenure, correct?
Correct. That's just purely based on the ratio.
Rate going to 0.9 minimum,
Yes.
0.9 or whatever's there. And where does that then place those salaries in the survey that we did, that we adopted the salary schedule? Does that put them comp to other counties that are our peers, or where are we?
Yes, that's what this ratio is. It's their comparison to the
Okay.
market midpoint here.
Okay.
So this is from the salary
And market
survey.
midpoint would be 1.0.
Right, if we put people at market midpoint, that would be a ratio of 1.
Okay. And so this puts us very close in the market midpoint.
Yes. These are the current ratios. These weren't changed, and it was these 3 that were lower in the group that were adjusted.
Please don't take me as saying I don't think tenure's important, but that's a whole nother discussion.
Sure.
That I think has more of a global look to it than it does just a.
Well, I think we really address that in, with our incentive pay more than anything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
good point.
No, that's great. We are all for consistency, so that's,
Where's their current salaries on here?
right here.
Only one I have issue with is Ken, because he makes it very hard. He's more than the person director. He's our,
You know, I wouldn't bump him up.
Current budget, okay.
Where's he at? He's at 0.95. Put him at 1.
And market midpoint would be the 1.0?
sure value.
Is that what you're
of our
saying?
annual
Yes, sir.
of the county. He and I and Dustin work together on so many things.
Oh, no doubt, no
Yeah.
doubt. I get you on that.
And then you can see
I don't
here,
know
I
if we
put
need to go
budget
into
before
executive
COLA.
session
The
about
court
that particular one or not.
wanted
That's current?
to apply COLA on top of these adjustments.
That's if everybody went to at least the 0.9 on market midpoint.
Yes, sir.
You're saying that ratio, option one, and the budget before COLA is that number, those two numbers side by side?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Hey, Dustin,
Yes, sir.
would you mind coming down to the courtroom, please?
Not at all. Be right down.
Okay. All right, I'd like to go into executive session, under, 551.074 of the government code regarding personnel matters, but specifically pertaining to, department head, a particular one or two department head, salary or compensation.
But not any other, just department heads? Not official?
Well, did you have other personnel that specifically to talk?
Elected officials or not? Can it be under?
Okay, so, so Dustin will walk in any second. And so I'll clarify that.
We have to
And then-
specifically say which ones.
And then,
1 through 5.
That's pretty.
and then, the budget team, audit can stay in here, and Anna can stay in here, and Dustin can stay in here. So, Dustin, I'm gonna go into executive session under personnel, but I specifically talking about department heads, but question was, can we add a elected official compensation? Now, it can't be general,
We can talk about them, we can talk about them individually, but not like a class of elected officials. So
It has to be an
discussions
open.
about an individual, it's okay.
So you can't specifically name JP 1.1, JP 1.2,
Yes, we
JP
can.
3,
I think that
JP
makes
4,
the
JP
discussion
5?
easier, actually,
Well-
honestly.
Because that's an entire class.
Yeah, right. If it's,
But specifically,
talk about individuals.
I think that would be fine,
You can
because,
still do what you, I think we're gonna be able to do
Okay.
what you wanna do.
We can't make a decision that applies to all of them.
No,
Or
a
we
decision can't be
discuss-
made in
we can't
executive session.
Discuss something, it has to be individual.
Yeah, we're taking one at a time. So
Okay.
with that being said,
Okay.
let's go into executive session.
Thank you. All right, where
You
what happened to what I had up there?
think they weren't in trouble?
I bet they were, yeah. So how is Tom?
He's doing good. I mean, considering everything, we're out tired like
Yeah.
the rest of us.
I saw that picture Perry put on there, him and Mark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was that it?
Yeah, they were just showing me.
Tuned up
Saw
like-
that this morning.
You know, they're just a few months apart, so
What do we have now?
when they were raising,
Up on the board, is that gonna come up?
so Tom and I were raising them, you know, once they got big enough to go.
You want, and then you want that up there still?
And hell, they were driving tractors.
To get back and
12
open,
years old,
okay.
You know.
Yeah, when we get back
Cattle,
open, I
horseback.
hope to touch on everything,
You know what
all
hurts?
the,
Okay.
what was landed
To
on.
know that the hurt that he was in at that time.
Yeah,
To know
I
that
mean,
somebody can hurt that bad.
Yeah, it was all material stuff, nothing. Yeah.
Recording in progress.
All right, let's call court back in session. Okay, Anna, if you could kind of go over this, I think this one's on elected officials. And kind of
Yes.
go over the, I guess, the,
So with elected officials, I wanted to review with the court those particular groups who had individuals that submitted salary requests. To address those first, and those were individuals and groups for JPs and constables. Those also happen to be the two groups that have the lower comp ratios compared to all the other elected officials. So it was worth kind of tackling those together. And so I had recommended applying a percentage to these groups to maintain their, the current difference between their salaries, but also addressing both the lower comp ratios and the salary requests brought forward to the court. And so applying a flat rate across all of them up to a ratio of 1 seems to solve for both the low ratio and the salary requests that were submitted. And so first is the constable group. We had, again, precinct 3 submit this salary request for $75,153. Applying, and then we can see here, we also have these lower ratios amongst this group. I think that is the lowest ratio of the group amongst elected officials. And then we also had the added factor this year of some of these constables currently budgeted lower than the proposed new minimum for their chief deputy constables with the adoption of that new salary structure. And so applying a flat rate across all of these positions of 6% solves kind of most of these issues. It brings their comp ratio closer to average amongst the officials. It addresses that salary request brought forward by Precinct 3, and it ensures that all of these constable positions are budgeted higher than the chief deputies of their corresponding offices. And so this is the final salary here. Because the adjustment is above the COLA amount, we recommend, having this be the ending salary inclusive of
Right, with the
COLA.
formula of COLA plus the.
Right,
plus the increase to bring it to that point, yeah.
exactly, because
COLA, right.
they're actually getting more than COLA. They're getting a
Increase
total
plus
of-
COLA?
But
COLA plus
only to get them to
COLA
this,
plus increase?
but only to get them to the, so if the cut, let's just say, I guess what I'm getting at, that's not gonna throw anybody out of whack, like we were talking with the JPs, where we ended up going straight percentage across the board, and the COLA was, we were looking at both. We don't want them above a 1.0, right?
Exactly, and so everybody got a 6% except Constable 1. We brought him up almost to 6%, but stopped short
Is this?
at the
after-
1 ratio.
Is this after COLA?
So yes, so this would be inclusive of COLA. This would be the final, kind of what you would see in the budget book.
Everybody got COLA and then a certain dollar bump to get to those.
Between
Exactly.
0.87 and a 1.0.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
So all of these are,
Was the cap.
right, 1.00 is the cap, and so all of these officials would have gotten more than a COLA alone. And so this would be the final number there. Similar practice applied to the other group, the JP group. here, again, we have some of these who have the lowest comp ratios. I'm sorry, I misquoted. It wasn't 0.83. 0.80 is actually the lowest comp ratio. And we have 3 salary requests from these officials, one from One Place 1, One Place 2, and Precinct 5, all submitted salary requests. And so again, applying that same method, increasing all of these salaries by the same rate maintains that already established difference in pay that was based on, you know, some of these folks doing, performing more functions like jail magistration, things that were set last year in place. It maintains that same difference, but addresses the salary requests and also helps bring these lower comp ratios more in line with average comp ratios of the elected officials as a group. And so here, they're getting 9.11 adjustment. It's, again, incorporating that COLA plus that increase to address the salary request and aligning these comp ratios a little better. And the shift is across all JP precincts applied in the same format. And so again, you have some of these going at exactly a 1 ratio after applying that same rate across the board, and it maintains the difference in the salaries that exists now.
Okay.
And so this would also be kind of the ending salary, including COLA. So there wouldn't be another percentage applied on top of this. This would be the final salary. Was the court good with applying these methods for these 2 groups?
So is this a consensus of the court?
Let's move forward.
Sure.
For me.
Yes.
All right, so, of course, nothing's final until we adopt the final rate, and,
I was gonna say, for elected officials, though, we'll need to know before Wednesday, so that the letters can be sent out in the grievance.
all right, so, elected officials have the grievance process available to them as well, or between now and then, if there's want to address the court, we'll schedule that.
Yes.
Does the grievance process, does the grievance have to take place before the
Budget's adopted.
public, in the paper before it's published, or after it's published?
You mean the elected officials'
Elected official, anybody wanted to grieve it?
salaries
Yeah.
in the paper?
Yeah.
So that would happen after, we would publish the increase, any increases in elected officials after the grievance.
And when does the publish have to take place?
It has to be at least 10 days before we adopt. I have it on August 17th is when I would be
I'm just
publishing
trying to
it.
keep all the dates in my head here.
And
Okay.
it's, yeah, that blue.
So we're not talking about
paper
that
together.
something, okay, this week, okay. Okay, thank you.
And so that wraps up the elected officials group. Again, what I brought forward for focus was those groups that had salary requests amongst them and had the lower comp ratios. So the rest of the elected officials on this list are close to a 1 or above a 1 ratio. And so similar to countywide request, that 1 ratio seems to be the benchmark for the court. And so those are going to be left as they currently are. But of course, COLA will be applied to all of those, similar to previous years.
And there's been some discussion on how that COLA will be applied if it's above a 1.0.
No, so that's only if they are above the maximum of a pay grade, and our elected officials don't have pay grades. They're not assigned to a pay grade, so there's not a maximum that practice would be applied to. That would just be for our general positions that are assigned to a pay grade. HR would be recommending that practice for those that are above the maximum of their pay grade, doing something a little different with the application of the cost of living adjustment.
Of the COLA.
But that's only about 30 or so positions, and I think after we discuss vacancies, I can bring up that list so the court has that awareness of who is above maximum.
Okay.
But that would not apply here because these positions don't have pay grades. If we're okay with the elected officials, I'll move on to department heads.
And you are, except for one thing, on comp ratios, and I only mention this because I asked and you researched it. I wouldn't mind another column showing true apples and apples as far as those counties in our peer group who also have R and B.
Yes,
Just those. In other words, leave that, this is fine, but then, you know, a truer picture. Because right here, you're talking about basically comparing commissioners to counties that don't have any road and bridge functions.
that's right, and that's the majority of them. So 2 of our 9 comparable counties don't partake in the unit road system or don't practice the unit road system. And so that would mean each of their offices, each precinct individually has its own road and bridge department and functions that they support. And so those 2 counties, which I think is Brazoria and Jefferson, those commissioners' salaries are much higher than the rest of the group. I don't know if that's the specific reason why, but it's one of the main differences between the others. And so
Okay.
those would be a more apples to apples
And I
comparison.
would think it would be exactly because of that.
The only thing I could think of.
Yeah.
And so that average, I think
What was that average?
the salary survey amongst all 9 counties for commissioner salary is 104, 178. And when you isolate just those 2 that do have comparable functions to our county commissioners, it's closer to 130,000.
Okay, thank you.
So and we're considerably under that.
Yes.
And that's apples to apples. Okay, that's fine.
Okay. So
Problem.
up next, I'm touching on department heads. Again, and we have a scenario here for department head pay. Again, what was bringing this forward is we had one of the department heads, my own position, was below the 0.8 that the court tries to maintain, so that was highlighted, and then we went ahead and reviewed all positions, again, to see if we can have comp ratios adjusted as a group to have that be more competitive with market. And so our lowest ratios were these 3 positions: facilities director, county engineer, and HR director. So those were bumped here to a 0.9. We have a purchasing director that was a 0.95. And so that was adjusted to the ratio 1 for multiple factors, including time of service and performance. And then we have the 0.95, that was already higher amongst department heads, so that's staying the same for our IT director. And then a 0.98 for our health services director. They exceed the position requirements for their position. And then we have the director of veteran services, who was already a higher comp ratio amongst the group, so that's remaining the same at a 0.96. So this brings this group a lot better in line. Does the court have any questions, or is there a general consensus here as well?
Any questions, any
For the time being.
kind of consensus? This is okay to move forward with?
As long as we have the ability to maybe revisit it.
We always have that until we bounce the final.
Till the gavel drops.
Yeah.
Okay. So that wraps up this group, and I believe individual requests on the whole. And so the next we can touch on more countywide practice for the court, and that's vacancies is the next topic of conversation. Is that
Okay.
correct, Francis? I think that was
Yes,
our
so
next.
vacancies and new positions, how that,
You're gonna combine vacancies and new positions to talk to us?
Yes. So let me bring up the new position so we know I wish my screen was like 2 times bigger. Okay. There we go. I'm sharing this. And try to fit as much on the screen as possible.
These are new positions
Yes.
requested?
These are new positions. This list doesn't include, however, for road and bridge precinct positions. So we have 14 positions here. However, I believe we have 2 of these requests that the department is kind of moving back on or is withdrawing. And so the tax office had 2 position requests, and they were good with just the one position after reviewing guidelines they had just received from the implementation of the new bill that was prompting the request, along with the data that.
So then why is it up here still?
So I'm gonna filter it off, and then the other one was the administrative assistant position. Oh, and actually, we just received word from JP Precinct 2, they're withdrawing this request as well. So I'm gonna go ahead and filter them off. Okay, so that leaves a total here of 11 positions plus the 4, so we're talking 14 adds to staff.
How many?
14.
14 new positions still up there.
Yes. And I'm moving away and I'm actually pulling up our vacancies. And so that's what we're working with ads. And now I'm gonna compare to the vacancy.
The other thing, how many of these are part-time that are turning to full-time? That's another, I think the elections office is, correct?
I believe elections, I know HR is,
Indigent claims was
that's a temporary.
temporary till that person retires, then they'll move over full-time. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And I believe JP5 was also, stating that they wouldn't need their part-time position.
Do it, say what?
JP5,
What about it?
they were also saying that they wouldn't need their part-time.
So the part-time would go away and the replacement would be the new then full-time, so the, okay,
Right.
okay.
She said that in court, but was that a part of her actual request submission?
I don't have it,
Okay,
but I also didn't catch it when she said it.
okay. So that, we might need to confirm that with her then, because it doesn't look like it was reflected in what she submitted. And I'm just going off of the piece I heard her mention in court.
And then I know you said you didn't mention road and bridge in it, but all that is taking 2 and moving them, right?
Yes, so that's a part of the vacancy discussion.
2 out of 2.
2
over
out of
to
2.
4.
moving
That's a
forward.
wash then.
That's a wash, yes.
Those 2 were already
Good.
budgeted in another precinct.
Yes.
Okay, so we just moved those. That's okay.
So that's, let me switch over to my,
And that's all for this year. There's no other.
Yeah, okay.
Just 2?
so we don't want the
Okay.
other 2?
You don't want the other 2
Next year.
next
We'll
year?
talk about that next year.
Okay,
Okay.
I got you.
That's a help.
Because between now and next year, some of those roads may go away.
Yes, when they redistrict and you.
No, I was just kidding.
Precinct one will take all they can
That's
get.
6 years.
We're open, yeah.
But yeah, we don't, 4 would be a challenge. So we're gonna ask for 2 and then we'll come back next year and let you know how that
What's
works.
up there now?
So these are the vacancies that currently.
Oh, well, can we go back
Yeah.
to the new request? Because you have some, okay, I see you have 0 and then, well, you have some, all right, like, what did we end up deciding on archives, given the fact of where we are and how many a person can do in one month, 1 day, 1 year? Wasn't there some discussion on that as far as
Yes, sir.
going out
How much
and,
good will that do, or?
third-party vendor, yeah, versus
Yeah.
trying to hire someone that will never catch up?
And we did get some new information based on the records being received on an annual basis. Kind of how would that affect that current backlog that exists for 700? Let me pull that up.
But I mean, I would really like for us to look at outsourcing some of that that's possible as opposed to adding a new position.
Who determines the need for the outsourcing? Because I agree with Commissioner, and for a long time, we've
Oh, I didn't realize
talked
that.
about that, outsourcing that, and it seems like,
That's about all we get done.
Well, we outsource shredding. And I don't know how much we've actually talked about outsourcing.
I know they talk, the difficulty because it has to be barcoded before it's,
Yeah,
and I know that may be a bit more specialized, but I'm just not sure there's not somebody out there that's capable of doing that. Third party wise, that we don't have to add a person that'll,
Or maybe you went to a temp service or something of that nature.
maybe.
I mean, all those are possibilities as opposed to adding another position and it being perpetuity.
Right.
So
I would recommend it this year and tell them, hey, if it doesn't produce the results that we hoped it would for you, we can talk about it next year, but just hate to add additional FTEs.
so you're saying go ahead and add this one?
No,
No.
I'd
I'm
say-
saying
eliminate it.
I think she didn't get to finish her sentence a while ago.
Oh, sorry.
Not, but, you were saying the amount of new information that's coming in, that one employee would at least keep us, from not getting any further behind. I'm maybe reading your mind or not reading it.
Right, and so
So
more or less, yes, we were
Yeah.
kind of there, going in the same direction.
what were you gonna say about what the response was?
And so we have the current backlog of 750,000 files, and then they estimated annually that they receive 71,400 files for barcoding. And so they're hoping this new position would tackle at least that portion so that this backlog didn't grow. But I don't know how far they would get
So
with the
a
backlog.
new position would just maintain where we are actually, pretty much, or,
More or less, yeah.
yeah,
We'll never catch up if we don't look at some other way of doing it.
yeah. But, so do you wanna get further behind?
Or do you want multiple head counts that you can't get rid of when it's all over, when it's all said and done?
I mean, I would really like us to explore, you know, in my mind, not filling that position right now and work hard at finding a third party or, in case the commissioner, even temp hire.
I think, the other thing is, I thought we mentioned looking at other counties, how they're handling.
Exactly,
Yes.
yeah. Exactly. And that's how I'd like to go. That's just me, okay?
Well,
That's just me.
And if they're not able to get this done before we make final budget, then let's make some kind of a placeholder, put something there that actually, if we had to do something in the middle of the year, we could. But I think everybody's asking for a lot of information, and I don't know that we can get all that gathered up
Yeah.
in time to make a decision before we have to vote on the budget.
So a placeholder?
Is that,
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Okay. What's next?
And I was just looking at her 0 zeros versus 0 Ys and 0 Ns, and you have another 0 0 under specialty court.
Yes, and so these others are, we didn't have outright data to support the request. However, there's some factors related to this department that might prompt the court to want to hear directly from the department. And so specialty courts, usually for a court, what I do is pull OCA data to look at case volume versus staffing. This department is one that's very difficult to do that in because they can only have a maximum of 30 cases for each court at any time. And so their caseload doesn't necessarily fluctuate. However, this is more of a social programming department, not just a judicial court. So they do function very differently than the other courts. And so that's the piece there that makes me place it as an other rather than a no. And so they want the director of specialty courts has been maintaining the court docket for these 3 courts kind of on their own, where in typical other courts, they have a court administrator assistant that's helping them support that function. And that director who handles the dockets is also handling the social programming, the grant, application and maintenance, and supervising case management. And I believe she also supervises interns because she's an LPC supervisor.
All indications are there's gonna be a lot more grant opportunity out there pointed towards mental health in these communities, and that was one of the things. The other thing is, like a lot of courts, they don't handle anything until it gets into the court and it's filed there. They're working on the whole community issue of mental health and how the whole community are, so they're providing input and making meetings, and Amy and Judge both very much involved in the community discussion. Working Behavioral Health Network, all the Baylor, all the different players in that discussion.
So then, are you saying that should be a yes?
Should be a what?
A yes.
Oh,
Instead of a 0
I thought you
0.
said against, I'm sorry.
And right now, there's no recommendation either way.
Yeah, I'm thinking that we ought to lean towards doing it because it is growing and it's taking on more, and somebody's got to, we gotta have entities that take lead.
Yeah.
And we're putting a lot of money around all the things that pertain to mental health, whether it's in the jail or other places.
And I guess, is her request, is she forecasting a need, or she has a direct need in this moment?
Yeah, that's a
She's
good
saying
question.
she has a current need for that.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Because if it was a forecast, I would
Yeah.
say put a placeholder
I
here
would
as
agree,
well.
I would agree. I really feel like this is a need now.
Okay, that's fine. And I don't have any problem with that, and I certainly don't disagree with what you're saying. I know they do amazing work down there. So, yeah. I was just looking at the 0 zeros up here.
Yeah, you just need somebody to push it one way or the other.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, I mean, we've got 0 0 up there for the tax office motor vehicle quality assurance director, but yet we know in talking to them, they've eliminated one position, but they're relatively, well, I think they're adamant in the fact that this is going to increase what's going to happen, and there's going to have to be a lot of auditing taking place, regardless of what the state ends up doing. So in my mind, that ought to be a yes.
It's a yes for HR. We only flag that to ensure that we get our recommended title, which the tax office said they were fine with. And so that's the quality, it's rather than a quality assurance director, they want, or I recommend a quality assurance specialist position, and the tax
Change
office.
it, put a yes up there.
Okay.
And were those the only, and
So
that would be a yes? You
the
got
others
yes.
are yeses, and the only other one that kind of remains out there is the HR analyst position. I just have it as an NA just because
Because you don't want to, because it's yours. I thought we'd already agreed that.
I don't know how much weight
I thought
that-
we'd already agreed that that was a position we were going to fill. Am I wrong?
That's the way I understood it,
Isn't that the one that's part-time to full-time?
Yes, we would be giving up our part-time.
not that big.
Right.
Yeah, I thought that was one we'd already agreed on, and I know you're trying, because it's your department, where you're coming from, but, yeah.
And then Anna, only other question I have on the deputy constable precinct 5 or constable precinct 5, if we give them the new deputy constable, that puts them on par with the other smaller precincts?
Based on papers received, I believe so. Pause and move
Because
away.
I think he was saying that one's gonna be dedicated to truancies,
Yeah.
right, for the most part?
Dedicated to truancy and,
Bailiff when they're in court with those people, when he brings them in.
right.
Is that
Okay.
right?
Okay.
And I think it's not necessarily comparison to internal precincts that was the deciding factor for HR's recommendation. It was a comparison to how understaffed we are compared to our comparable counties. I believe we have like 18 deputy positions and other counties have on average 30 deputy positions. And so there was a justification there for the added staff.
Well, and that's true. I see where you're coming from countywide, but the other point of that is if that's not where it was needed, we don't want to add someone just to get up to where the
Agreed.
counties are are in our peer group and put it in the wrong spot. That
Agreed.
doesn't solve the problem.
I think there were a few precincts that identified that if we wanted to add staff in our constable
But that's the
divisions,
one-
that
that's
would
the
be
one-
one of them.
Yeah, but that is one of them.
Correct.
Okay. That's fine. You all right with-
I
everybody all right?
identified precinct 5 and precinct 3.
That was the request, so that's fine.
Right. Okay.
Or in my mind, I'm only speaking for one.
No, that's, everybody all right there?
Yeah, fine.
Great. So we're good with that. And then I think,
Oh, no. Good.
okay, sorry, I thought you wanted to say something, Francis. So I think the court has agreed on the adds to staff, and now we can move over to vacancies.
How many does that make now, total?
Total, now I think everything is a yes on the board here, except for the placeholder. And so it should just be 10.
10 total?
Yes. 10
And
total.
out of that 10 total, 2 of them are moving from part-time to full-time. So really, you could say 9. Okay. And you're getting rid of the part-time. So
Yes.
eliminating two
Yes.
halves and adding 2 halves.
And it might be 3 that are like that, but we're gonna go back to Judge Miramontes for precinct 5's request to see if she was also intending on removing the part-time fund. But 2 of these for sure fall into that
Okay,
category.
okay.
So we're at a total of 10, and then aside from those, we have the 2 road and bridge, but that we know we're moving positions from one precinct to another.
And those aren't ads in my mind.
And so we have our vacancy list here, and so those are those 2 vacant positions under precinct 2.
Can you just remove those?
Yes.
Well, they're not, I guess,
I think we've just hired the one on Road and Bridge 3. I think he took the position.
Great.
Oh, I was talking about 2, I'm sorry.
I think I'm just gonna remove all of
You had an opening.
these because most of these they don't have a history of
Falls County.
vacancies.
they don't have
Hired
what?
somebody from Falls County.
I think this one, just flagging those with the highest vacancy count.
To the top.
So we have 4 payroll notice change forms currently on our desk at HR to fill 4 of the positions. between Jack Harwell and the jail.
So subtract 4 from 31.
Right.
So that's 27.
27.
So 13, 14, 15, 16,
You were going
17, 18,
Either-
19, 20?
or Francis or Dustin or somebody was going to verify by statute how many
Oh, yeah.
positions
The
we
ratio,
have to have, ratio-wise.
the ratio, yeah.
Uh,
They'd have to speak to that.
yeah,
Yeah.
y'all were gonna verify that with somebody, I thought.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to brief with David, but David Ives would have that figure off the top of his head.
I think David was gonna be traveling
Okay,
today,
that's right.
listening in, so I can send him a message.
Dustin, I am on.
Can you speak to that?
I'm sorry, I literally just sat down. What was the question, gentlemen?
What's your, what is your, what is the inmate to jailer ratio that we've all talked, that you've talked to us all about?
1 to 48 is the state statute. That certainly doesn't cover some of the operational needs, because what 1 to 48 doesn't consider is we have to keep the grounds, we have to do the laundry, we have to run a kitchen. So some of those things are ancillary duties that are necessary for the operations of the jail, so you cannot use just a straight 1 to 48.
What do we run, about 1,300 average, 1,500? What's your average?
1358.
So say 1,400. Okay. I think, David, what we're looking at in trying to trim some positions is that there's 27,
28 times.
27, 28, something like that, current positions between the SO, Jack Harwell, and the jail that are vacant and historically continue to be vacant. That, not necessarily the exact same position, but just positions in general. So the question is, rather than just carry those on the budget and it costs taxpayers money, what's a realistic number that could be trimmed off of there?
So I can tell the commissioners that the positions in 2200, typically speaking, are waiting for people to fill. So some of these slots, if you look at some of the jailer slots that you have on this list as quote vacant, they couldn't be filled if we wanted to fill them until mid to late August, early September. So things that are vacant aren't necessarily vacant. We're waiting for time to run out on some. And you'll find that that's a lot of the positions in 2200, but not necessarily in the jail. Our medical department is typically like that. We're waiting for the positions to free up. That's just policy of the court to do that. So there are jailer slots that we'd be willing to, of course, talk to the court about more in depth about what is necessary and what we think we can get away without. But I also want the court to understand that we have cut our overtime spending dramatically in this year. And when you do a cost analysis between what overtime cost and what positions cost, the positions are always going to come out to be cheaper than the sustained overtime.
I certainly don't disagree with that, David, but historically looking, if you go, let me just, okay. If you go historically looking and you continue to have positions open every year that we're funding and you multiply that out, let's say 10 positions even at $50,000, figure it out in a year's time and then multiply it times 5. What we're having to budget for and set a tax rate for that's not being filled.
No, and Commissioner, you're not going to get a huge argument from me on that. I think that if it's the court's purview, of course, to do that. And if the court wants to go through and call some of these positions we still want to be able to come back to court when the time is right, when positions, we could fill those positions, and do that cost analysis between overtime and full-time FTE positions.
I don't disagree with that.
So,
Jones?
okay, Francis gave us a, vacancy factor.
Yeah, that's good.
And that, and does that take into this, this amount? Does this amount, this $1,320,000 amount that you have in there, does that factor in these historic vacant positions, or just other?
So that,
This is important. So Francis is gonna give,
get my bearings real quick and get my sheet out.
okay.
Give me 1 sec.
Francis is going to talk about what she suggested. It is a way that the taxpayers aren't taxed for these unfilled positions. by
And I think
looking at
that's what we're all most interested
That's
in.
it, yeah.
And
And
while
it's-
she's
and it's-
looking at that, it's also, it's gonna make it easier to absorb the new salary schedule by being able to.
But
eliminate-
we're still a long ways away.
Oh, no doubt, but I'm just saying that it would, to me, it would be it's more palatable, I guess is the way I'm on.
Here it is.
Agreed.
So Francis, are you prepared? You ready?
Yes, always prepared. No, you're good. Yeah, go ahead. So, when I played with this after the last time we spoke, this number 13 kept throwing out. So I was using this 13 number vacancies that you had said 13 for 13. So that's why that you'll see this 13 up here, but this was just scenarios. So, okay, so let me think about this. So on the, just stand, think. On the very top part, so this is something, we believe we looked at this spreadsheet already one day. So if you just look at the top part with that green highlight, so I just need to walk myself back through this. I looked at those 4 fiscal years, and we looked at the total adopted budget for full-time employees and some taxes and benefits, what we actually spent of those, and then the amount under budget. And so you'll see there, what Haley's highlighted, we were 9, 6, 11, 8% under budget for those 4 lines. So then over on the right, and again, this is very kind of rough estimates, but if I had done those same calculations for those same 4 years, but we were 13 jailer positions short in the budget. Does that make sense? So that total adopted budget amount, I just pulled out the same amount for 13 jailers, just some rough estimates. And then again, look at actuals, amount under budget, and you'll see there that the percentage under budget on the right, and you compare it without accounting for those 13, you're like almost 1% below each year. So, am I making sense?
Keep going.
So I still felt like even in this scenario, if you had pulled out 13, if there were 13 less jailer positions those 4 years, you could still use a 2% vacancy factor very conservatively. It wouldn't affect that vacancy rate. And again, that 2%, 98%, 2% vacancy factor it's not just accommodating vacancies that are consistently vacant, or it's, you have someone retire and, it takes some time to fill it. The taxes, not everyone's, salaries are taxed 100%. So the FICA, the Social Security and the Medicare. And so it's accounting for all of that. And so, and tell me if I'm not answering your question, but.
No, but,
But-
what you're doing is creating what the total, cost, or the value of those unfilled positions out here.
Yes.
And you're taking historically, what percentage do we we can call
Yes.
it over budget, and just use that, and that way we don't put these dollar placeholders that might cause Anna and the jail or the sheriff's department in slowing
Yeah, I like-
up being able to fill those positions.
I like that idea
And then,
immensely, except that I would use 4%.
And go to 96?
go to 96.
So I think if we did something like that, then that's where we need to make sure that we
In-
budget for incentive.
Incentive pay, yes.
So, you know, saying that with a 4% factor, you can see there on like in 2021, and I know the last 4 or 5 years, there's been a lot going on, COVID and things like that. And so you'll see there that like in 2021, with that scenario, if we had pulled out 13, we would have been 4% under budget. So that's, you know, pushing it right up to that year. But again, that was 2021. And so it seems like we could do 4%. You know, of course, it's basic. 2% is more conservative than 4,
But the
and we're
key
giving
point
ourselves a
is,
little more.
even if we had an uh-oh moment, we still have the ability to fix it during the budget, during the budget year.
So you would have to move from contingencies.
But it can
Yes.
be fixed.
It can
That's
be
the whole
fixed.
point, is that,
And we don't put hurdles up, in our normal
then
process.
All of the positions are budgeted for, and with all the perks and everything. And I mean, the operation can continue exactly the same. They don't have to come in here, wait for us to approve anything. It just goes right through the regular hiring process.
And I wanted to say, because some people may be listening today that haven't been involved in all these conversations, this does not affect, like Commissioner Jones just said, those adopted salaries and positions. This is just a method of budgeting for it.
Just a way for us
Yes, I just
to
want to
be-
make sure that was clear if somebody was listening, that we're not, this is keeping those, you know, salary schedules. But when you look at these positions with salaries, when you look at the budget lines, they would be budgeted at a factor of that total. So just want to make sure that was
I heard
clear.
you say that this would not affect their ability to hire the jailers that they need in the jail.
Correct. So if you didn't cut any positions, or, you know, whatever you're deciding to do, we wouldn't, I don't know if that's where we're going with this, or,
Yes. So not cutting positions, but adding the 10 positions we just reviewed on that sheet, but budgeting for this.
96 or 98,
whatever we land on.
and Commissioner Jones has suggested 96. And, what's your comfort level with 96?
I think if you're not gonna pull any positions out and then we're gonna add these 10, I think 96 would be, I think 96 would work. And then we have an estimate of what incentive pay would be if you kept that same incentive, policy.
So incentives roughly half 500,000, something like that.
With taxes and benefits, if we looked at all positions, not knowing if they'll be eligible or not, I think it's like at 900,000.
Oh,
But
really?
that's all inclusive with taxes and benefits. So, because you're looking at retirement,
What does that translate percentage-wise?
it's about 22% once you add Social Security, Medicare, and retirement.
2.2, what'd you say?
22%, and that's going to fluctuate every year.
All right, but didn't we last year agree that we would pay 2% times the total salaries or something? Is that how we got to the number we got to?
You're talking about for incentive pay?
I'm talking about incentive, 2% of eligible. We used a 2%, right?
That's 2% of eligible positions, right?
2% of eligible position salaries.
Right.
Okay.
And typically, we don't come close to this maximum because there's a large percentage of folks, although they're in eligible positions, they themselves don't qualify because they've not been with the county for a year.
So why do we use the term eligible and not just say 2% of filled positions?
Because there are positions in the county that don't qualify for incentive pay.
But that's the same as 2% of eligible, or 2% of all, and some don't qualify. I'm not sure I see the difference.
And I think, talking about there's this max number, we could work with Anna and she could let us know what would be a reasonable number to budget there.
Yes, based on the history of.
Yes.
Yeah, and let's
ineligible
adopt a
folks.
specific number into the budget, is what you're saying. Either a specific dollar amount or a specific percentage amount not to exceed. You could do either way? Or which would you prefer?
I mean, they would all
Plug in an actual
translate
dollar amount?
into a dollar amount, yes. So we would have to come up with some dollar amount, but
Yeah. But based on average amount of eligible positions, we can come up with
Yes.
a dollar amount.
I'd like to see the difference between eligible positions and 2% of the field positions, what the dollar amount difference is, out of curiosity.
Well, I don't think they would know who was eligible until next year.
Yeah, you're not gonna know that until,
What, all right, 2% of the, you're saying 2% of the budgeted positions. I'm saying 2% of the positions that are filled. Period,
how much,
as of this date.
so what was the incentive amount this past go-round?
When you factor in,
That we just approved?
it was right at 2%. It was, I know we had to do retirement, I found out, and things like, and
Yeah, right.
Social Security, and COLA, when you add all those in, it just about doubled.
Was it? So without juvenile, it's 415,000 roughly. And then we have to add social security, Medicare,
What was
retirement.
it, what was the turnkey?
What's the total, what's the all-in?
With those, one sec, we have it spread out.
It was in a printout you sent us, I don't remember now.
Thank you. Mine doesn't
Sorry, I didn't mean to
include
speak
all-
over you though.
No, mine doesn't have, mine's just the salary.
I had that somewhere.
With taxes and benefits, $507,000.
507?
I thought you said 900 something.
I thought you said 900 something.
That's to budget all
Yeah,
positions.
just, we were just, just a
All
quick, just a
positions?
quick calculation. That's what I was saying, we'll work to come up with a reasonable amount, but if you took all positions that could get incentive pay at some point in time, you know, you have to,
Right.
Well, how about let's just estimate at 600,000?
and that's what, yeah, that's what
We
we'll,
would.
would do.
I mean, if you plugged in a finite number, and it came to more than that,
Number
then
and
you
apply
just back
formula
out.
to it.
I mean, that's just all we're gonna pay you, then you create a formula to pay out that amount of money. Correct? If we announce a finite, or we create a finite number, and for whatever reason, it's more than that, then a formula is created to disperse that amount of money
Yeah, you can just add that,
appropriately.
you just get that out of your
Proportionate
contingency.
to the size of the participating departments, or, yeah, we can come to a,
I don't have a problem with plugging in, and I think that's what the commissioner wants to do, is plug in a finite number. Is that right, Commissioner?
600,000?
Fine with it.
Okay.
So if we budget for incentive pay separate and plug that in, Haley plugged in up there, like the 96, if we budgeted for 96%. And so you'll see there in that right column, it would back off 2.6 million off the budget. So that would account for vacancies for whatever the reason, account for, you know, vacancies, whether they be short-term, long-term. Even if somebody's not making max, we have that, of course, as well. So that's something else that, you know, has to be accounted for. So that's what that looks like.
To me, this is super simple. I mean, it's just like, it's just a different way, it's just a way of accounting for these vacancy factor, this large amount of vacancy that we've had all these years.
And we do it with our
And then-
revenue every year.
Right, and then so on top of this, we need to go back through operating and find out where we are on, maybe we come up with a factor for operating.
Well, truly does, because where are we at right now? We work off 98% of expected revenue.
For taxes?
Yeah.
So what we see and what we expect to get within the year.
Right.
So, you know, Randy
But
Riggs will
it's
tell
very
you,
simple
we're gonna
what we're
collect
doing here.
100%.
We're taking an unknown number and trying to manage it.
Yes, but we know that there's going to be delinquent
So right
taxes and,
now-
you know,
Right.
so but we're budgeting for 1 year, not the life of that tax levy.
So right now, if you take in the expense summary, if you take the estimated 2024 over under budget, there's $10 million more requested than what's going to be spent. Now that includes I take that back. That we need, you need to,
Personnel.
that takes account personnel also too. So I would like to go through the operating again and see where we are under budget and
The operating is right at, am I right in saying, $3,659,463 more
oh yeah, Haley sent me that.
budget than
So-
we actually spent, than what you estimate we'll spend this year?
Yes, and again, that's just an estimate, so keep
Right.
that in mind.
Right.
That's not, a lot can change between then, but yes, you're correct.
Which is an 8.7% increase over the current year estimated spending on operating costs.
And our tax base only went up 5%? Is that right?
The taxable value, yes, I think it was
5%?
I'm sorry, yes, 5.4.
Yeah, 5.4.
I'd rather maybe have it such that, that those operating budgets only at the most go up 5%,
I would say, I don't have a problem with that at all, but I think we use that as a total number, but we go back through and see what effect it has and do the work, looking
Sure.
and seeing.
Sure, right,
That way-
yeah, each.
This one we might do more.
Okay, yeah.
Another one
right,
we
each-
might do.
Right, every circumstance
Yeah,
is
we need to
different.
be sure we don't create a,
And
Unintended
remember,
service.
the last time we did this, we turned it back to them and said, hey, here's
Yeah.
what we need you to cut out of your operational budget.
Yeah.
And it was their job to pick where it came from.
and I think we can do that. I would like to kind of go down through there, but, yeah, I think that would be a smart thing to do is pitch it back and say, hey, we need some help here.
Yeah.
Trim this by a certain percentage, and if you can't, tell us why.
Yep,
And then,
That's because there's some departments that
3.6 million.
decrease.
yeah, so we don't tell them.
We don't want them to jump.
And this is where, this is the sheet that they were talking about, and we just sorted it like highest to lowest.
Yeah, yeah.
So you'll see like IT, yes, their requested is over their projected, but that is because you approved, of course, they probably are coming under budget some, but you also approved some new things. So there's some intricacies there, but then, indigent defense is another one of those that the last 4 years, the trend in those, there's really none. It's really hard to follow. And so until we get back, I think because of COVID and then because of adding new courts, I think we need a couple more years to really fall off to where we can see what's happening there in indigent defense. Because it was steadily increasing, but we could really almost predict where it was going to land the next year. We haven't been able to do that recently. But you'll see there's that difference. And we can cut some of that. We can study it some more. But again,
But this is personnel also.
No, this is just operating and personnel.
Yeah.
See, this is both. So what's just,
You're just wanting to see how.
we were just wanting to see operational.
Sorry, my title's wrong. This is just operating.
So,
This is just operating?
Yes. I'm sorry.
Okay, I was
Oh,
gonna
it is
say,
just operating?
Well, it's changed now.
Oh, it changed.
No, it's still
No,
the
it-
same.
well-
Still the same.
No, I had my title up here incorrect. The tab right here at the bottom.
she had her,
It was copy and pasted,
4310.
but let me double check.
And on the far right, that's the percent of budget used, not increases or anything. When I first looked at those numbers, I thought, holy smoke. But that's
This is
percent of
Because here's health
used
services.
based on projection.
I can tell you, like in precinct 4, we're spending our money right now. We're in the middle of our
Yeah.
material
yes,
season right now.
yeah, all the road and bridge is that way.
And so that's where you'll see the increase, a lot of them were
All of ours.
increases that you already
I can
approved.
guarantee you.
This health services up there, that was the number, Heather has cut that based on what we think may occur now. We cut that by 250. So we have made some moves here to correct this. Some of it, I think like one of you were saying, some of it is just things we can't do a whole lot of things about, especially non-departmental. That one's one that's, or countywide rather.
Projected, so the lower the number on the right means the more they've, the less, okay. I get it.
Yeah,
In
it's
my
just,
mind, I'm
it's
trying
just
to
how does the budget request for 2025
compare to what they've
relate
spent.
to what they
For year-to-date.
were projecting?
Projected
Yes.
for 2024.
And so there again, the lower the number means the
Whatever y'all want.
biggest difference in projection versus.
A few more minutes.
That sound good?
I'm sorry. Break it down? That's fine.
So y'all want to meet after lunch?
I think we need
Yeah, I
to.
think we need to keep working on this.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're good with that?
Yeah, yeah. Uh, Okay, well, keep going.
So I guess going back to that, the vacancy factor, it sounded like then, and again, we could just keep playing with the numbers, and when we go back to the summary in a bit, I think those pieces will start making more sense. You'll see them all fit together. But it sounded like the 96%, we would budget for incentive pay from the get-go.
And budget to 600,000.
Yes. It's just the vacancy factor is just something we have to try and see how it, works. We'll continue to, match it up with trends that.
But you said there's an accounting principle that takes this, that there's a GFOA.
It's
principle, right?
recommended as best practice that,
practice?
especially for personnel, that you have some sort of vacancy factor, because it's impossible to, fill those. And especially when you're talking about the taxes to like Social Security and Medicare. I know those can seem small, but they add up quick. And we don't know what your paycheck, how much you're gonna be taxable, not taxable. And so, things like that we account for with that factor.
Outside of that vacancy factor, though, I think we've gone through all individual requests. I think the court has consensus on a plan for implementation of the new pay structure and bringing positions to minimum, the cost of living adjustment as well, and then the sheriff's office step plan. I know that's also kind of contingent on what this whole figure looks like that Francis will present later. But I don't have any other things to identify with personnel.
Okay, so what are we looking at after lunch?
So we need to come back and we have all the pieces, below the line almost that, we can see how those look. The other thing and one of those is outside entities. And so, if y'all want to look at that, we'll look at that list separate today and see where those increases were requested. And then, if you all want to look at TCDRS scenarios, if you paid $1 million, if you wanted to change any of the pieces. And so I have those scenarios on how that affects the rate for the years going forward. So something we've been doing each year. If you want to look at that, we can do that as well.
Yeah, it kind of depends on
Well, we're,
how this other stuff, I mean.
Yes, and that's why I kind of left it till the end.
That may be the last thing we look at.
Yes,
versus
yes.
whatever
But it's
else.
just something if, just
It
interesting
generally
to
is last thing.
ponder.
And we were discussing this operating budget and cuts or not cuts and the differences and why you can't cut somewhere and some places you can. Looking at the percent of what's being used versus what they budgeted for, or what your proposal is, I wouldn't mind hitting on a number that if they're below, and I'm just throwing this out, it could be any number. If it looks like it's gonna be below 75%, that we go back and talk to them and say, why are you wanting more? Does that make sense?
And that's done.
Absolutely.
And those, a lot of cuts have been made based on
Well,
that,
but,
those
but still on your
conversations.
projections, there's still, I see some 50% in there and some numbers, why is it?
Because because they've given us some
Yeah.
reasoning.
Yeah, if we can,
Yes.
if we can go back and maybe hit on a number, like I said, percentage-wise, below 80%, below 70, whatever number we decide on, go back and ask them, why then are you thinking you're gonna need more money if you haven't spent what you did this past year? So,
And they can tell you that, and rather than all of them coming back.
yeah,
over,
exactly,
and then-
exactly.
But if they need to come back, if it's
So be it.
important,
So be it.
then the court would do it.
so, just a real quick down and dirty, and this is not very good though. In the main summary, you have department expenditures at $1,054,000 right now. So you just take that and you multiply it by 2%, that's $3 million.
What percent?
2%.
2%.
2% of what?
Of $1,054,000 is
Full,
Two times, okay.
full,
2%.
operational piece.
No, that's whole, that's all in operation and personnel.
I
Probably
got
tag
you, I
on
got
to your
But the key thing to that again is
vacancy factor conversation.
if they have a hiccup in there somewhere, we can
It's
fix
only
it.
37 positions.
We've got
If we didn't
contingency.
want to implement a different practice, we don't really.
Like we did in Road and
There's
Bridge.
not that many where I
Remember,
would be
all
like,
of
this
this,
is a big deal that we need. to
which I
address.
rightfully agree with it, is money that's not gonna be added to our,
Yes,
carryover.
yes, it would.
to it. And so our carryover is gonna be tighter.
Right.
Really, it
Not
should
a
be.
big
What we've
enough
been trying
problem
to do,
to.
get our tax rate and our revenue
Yeah.
within a acceptable.
No, I think that's a good goal. I think that's the way you ought to look at it. And, you know, that's the whole purpose. If we were to get, let's say, too conservative and miss it, that's why we have the unassigned fund balance.
There you
And we would have to go in and say, our policy is to keep that. You know, we may have to go 1% under that. It's gonna be 32 for 1 year. We're gonna get it back to 33. I don't wanna do that, but that's our fallback, and that's the reason why we do it, so.
Good, okay.
Okay, if, anything else, any other, before we break?
I was just gonna tag on to the afternoon's conversation about the vacancy factor, just the practice for positions above maximum. And if we wanted to do anything different, but it's only 37, I looked up the list, it's only 37 positions. It's not a huge problem if we wanted to continue the same COLA practice we have in.
Yeah.
We can talk about it this afternoon. I don't have a problem talking about it this afternoon and making the decision. No, I don't want to make anything this morning because I know there's some other obligations right now. so.
But that was kind of one of these little, just implementation pieces, but it's not a.
Okay. All right. Nothing else, it is, clock.
What is it, 12 noon?
12 o'clock, we're gonna recess until what time? What do you,
30?
Fine,
1:30?
fine.
recess to 1:30.
Recording stopped.
Sign over there.
Yeah, and I'm available by phone if you need me for anything, otherwise. See you later.
See ya.
can get something going here in a minute.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and call court back into session. It's 1:30. What are we looking at now?
Okay, so I think we are ready to go to our main summary and just start wrapping our heads around what we've talked over the last week and what this looks like altogether. So we're going to be looking at that main summary tab on the general fund spreadsheet.
Oh, wait,
And,
summary.
oh, you're good.
Okay.
We're getting there.
So y'all got everything loaded in?
Yes, and we're going to walk through those and just kind of rehash where we're at. So this, we'll start at the very top of the page and work our way down. And so this currently has the current tax rate, that yellow box 329805. So that is the current year tax rate, just loaded in there for discussion. You'll see there the beginning fund balance, and then that yellow tax revenue box, that's linked to that tax rate. So we can adjust that however you would like. And then other revenues, of course, that are not linked to the tax rate. That department expenditures line, so that has personnel as it stands right now, so that base personnel as of today, and then operating expenditures that you have, that we've been going through and have been presented to you up to this point in time. So there you can see ending fund balance of right under 55 million, 36.2% as a percentage of expenditures. So below the line, so starting out, that first line is COLA for non-step employees. So that's all employees other than the sheriff's office, of course, that is not on that step pay plan. What we had thrown around was, we looked at it different ways, but if we did the COLA first, the 3.11%, and then move those positions that were below min to the min mark, that way was a little less expensive. So you'll see there the amount, 1.6 million, move everyone with the COLA, or non-step up to the 3.11% COLA, and then moving anyone below min up to that min of their pay band. And that is with, that's with taxes and benefits. The next line is related to the positions that are on the step pay plan. And so that is an estimate. There's no policy yet built for that plan, and nothing has been, there's still a lot of conversation that needs to happen for that pay structure, but that was an estimate that has been looked at, I know, by the sheriff's office and by HR. And so we have that plugged in there, of course, just to have something to plug in there, but no plan as of yet to really talk through. The new positions right below, so those are the positions that were reviewed this morning, and that is the cost with taxes and benefits and any equipment that was requested. So that was kind of an all-in number there. Salary increases, these were the increases that Anna had covered last week. This does not cover the elected official department head ones that we covered this morning. I'll talk about that in a sec. But that is the other increases that she had recommended and that you all went through, again, with taxes and benefits. Incentive pay, so we, based on that conversation this morning, we plugged in 600,000 with taxes and benefits to have something there. We can adjust that, of course, as needed if we decide we need a different figure there, but that is what is plugged in at the time. The vacancy factor, so then this will increase that fund balance instead of decreasing, of course, but I have plugged in there, or Haley has plugged in the 96%. So that is taking full-time employee lines as well as taxes and retirement and budgeting those with a 96% factor.
So what is the 2.6 there? That's a deduct or or a plus?
So that would be a plus. So that would be taking the numbers that are budgeted up above it and then peeling that off. And we'll do that within each line item. We just have it in a lump sum here. Tyler Software, so we just have this isolated because it was a pretty large discussion that needed to be had. So this is the ongoing fees. So we looked at the one-time cost also related to these software purchases. And the consensus at that time was that we will look to use ARPA funding for that purpose. And so we've peeled out the one-time, and that is the ongoing fees. And that was county court, district court, JP court, primarily. And then outside entity request, so this was the increased over last year. And we need to go back through this list. If y'all are okay with it, let's go back over this afternoon and revisit those based on the conversations we had with those entities. Then we have just a line for TCDRS. You know, that's something we can come back to. We can look at different scenarios. But the retirement percentage that's loaded into the budget currently is their percentage that that we're mandated to pay based on the current status, the current structure of the retirement plan that McLennan County has. So below that, you'll see the total ending fund balance after those items are all loaded in, and you're at 51.5 million. That is 33.3% as a percentage of expenditures. And then below it, you'll see just, so if you take that amount, that 0.3% over 33%, it's 407,000 over our target. Excuse me.
Francis, so I pulled out some numbers from Haley's spreadsheet that she sent me last week on the operational request. And so roughly there's 45,677,996 in operational request, budget request. And so I was thinking that we would, we've got this vacancy factor, and then we always are, I mean, we're about $3.6 million under budget.
For that category.
Yeah, for in operations. So I simply took that 45.6 million and multiplied it by 4%, same as in the operating, as in the personnel vacancy factor, and came up with an amount of 1.827. So I think that would help us be a little more close on our budget, and help us kind of get rid of some of this over budgeting.
I think it's a great idea. And what I like about it is what you did with the vacancy issue and this issue. Why would we not treat them somewhat similar, knowing that if there is a hiccup, and it's going to be a minor hiccup, it's not going to be anything that would send us into emergency status. I just like it because it's set up before we go in the budget. We already know we're going to do 96%, and we're going to do, what percent were you talking about?
Yeah, it's 96%. So,
and shoot holes in it. Talk to us while you.
So something like that, like I'm thinking, there are a lot of lines that they're budgeted exactly what's needed for some reason, like a maintenance contract or something. So I was thinking with something like that, I'm just thinking out loud. If we didn't load that into the budget per se, but when we come here and we're figuring out that we're at 33.3%, is that something we'd incorporate into that percentage? So
you would say decrease the percentage, or?
No, so like if you.
Increase the percentage?
So if we accounted for that, you said 1.8, right? So if we accounted for that 1.8,
So,
Think how to put this. So if we had like a line, like, yes, so if we had,
Could you not put it back? Okay.
so like an operating percentage, so if we took like the 1.8 and we added that back, just like we did for the personnel up above. No, you're good.
You couldn't lump that into an operating contingency, could you? And bring everybody back to,
well, that'd be interesting. Bring back everybody to
current.
2020 level or
It's just gonna be a
2019
lot of
level.
adjustments
And
through
then
the
put
year.
in a contingency.
there would be, but you might be
What would that
worse
look
with
like?
those that stay under.
Well, I think so let me just think through this. So that 1.8 million, that being thrown in there, you'll see there that moves us up to 34.8.
Uh-huh.
So if you wanted, I'm just saying, not saying this is what you would do, but if you wanted to get that back to 33%, then we would take that off the tax rate
rate.
revenue.
Mm-hmm. That's my thought.
Okay. And so, but I'm just thinking like for the operating side,
About 1 cent.
yes. And so we would do that, but we wouldn't adjust the budget. It would just be that when we figure out, because we're trying to get to that 33%, or above it, below, whatever the fill is that year, we would use that knowing, okay, we're gonna come under budget, but we would still budget those amounts throughout. Does that make sense?
Well, I'm talking about, and so I had
'Cause
that
it's
same.
realistic.
I had that same thought too, that this is just, it's not a line that we would pull from or anything like that. This is just, like an off,
Contra account kind of
yeah, a
thing.
contra account, an off-balance sheet, something or another. Is that legal?
So, when you say, like, I think when you say that kind of like, I think having that somewhere like here, and we're using it to validate our ending fund balance, I think that's perfectly fine. I think, we could do the same thing with the personnel, but I feel like that we can just strip that out of the budget and it should be fine. Personnel's much more controlled in what comes out of each line, but operating is a little more, there's a lot more going on there. So I'm with you that I think we could use this as a figure in how we come down to what do we want our ending fund balance to be? What tax rate needs to be up top to fund that?
But this method doesn't lower our overall budget cost. We're just moving it. It's
Well,
still gonna
we're
show
not-
up it'll still show up in the budget as,
Yeah, but we're not
Well-
gonna tax for it because.
But we're not gonna tax
we're
for
not
it.
gonna tax for it.
Yes.
Okay.
And,
So
and
that, with it being a positive number in that column right there,
Okay.
that takes it, that we're not charging that 1.8 million to the
Which is about a
taxpayer.
penny.
Which, but when you add what we did this morning, it adds up to 2.8 underneath, 2.8
Adds
total.
up total.
Yeah, 2.8, which is about a penny.
Okay.
And,
And so okay, let me catch up, because he was saying contingency and everybody jumped on that. And so these fund, that 1.8 million right there would move to
you wouldn't,
unassigned
you would.
fund balance,
no.
or is it just?
No, you wouldn't touch it. So
You
it's
just-
not, it's just I hate to say this, but it's an accounting gimmick. And
so I think it's realistically budgeting too.
yeah, and it's more like, okay, instead of everybody coming in and everybody coming in and saying to us, well, I gotta have this, and I gotta have this, and I gotta have that. Well, we'll take on the burden. We, as the Commissioners Court, will take on the burden for the taxpayers to determine what is, if something goes over budget, then we'll find a place to pay for it. And if we spend up all of our contingency in 2025, and then we have to, what do we have budgeted for contingency?
1.5 million.
Okay, so, so if we, if we spend all of our budget and and all the all the budget, all the contingency, then we, as the Commissioners Court, will take the responsibility of going into the unassigned fund balance and making that decision to use the unassigned fund balance in 2025.
Because you
And
then would
and
end
then-
up below 30%.
And then,
That's
and then,
exactly what I've been
and
thinking. I'm
then
just,
the burden is solely on us.
right. But that was the whole part I was saying earlier. We can if we run into a problem, it's not such a great problem that we couldn't fix it. We have the funds to fix it, right?
You have bond funds, you've got
And
ARPA money.
I think doing it this way, and I'm,
Dustin's become an expert in ARPA money and stuff like that.
So help me visualize, because I understand the process and I totally agree with you. So the 1.8 comes off the books.
No,
so let me, so. if
Help me-
we
help
had-
me visualize,
okay,
yes.
So if we had a set amount of money in all the operating lines, we budget that, we know we're not gonna spend 100% of it. If for some reason, so because we know we're not gonna spend 100% of it, we're saying, okay, that 33%, we know we're gonna come at 35 or 36. So it's including it in that calculation. If for some reason, 100% of the budget was spent, like Commissioner Jones was saying, if we went to contingencies, if we had to clean out every line we had.
if we had to clean out.
We would just come below 33%. So we'd say, oh, we ended at 31%. And then that's what that's there for. I mean, in the grand scheme of things. So, so tell me if I'm forgetting something.
But this effectively saves us tax rate money.
Just trying to budget in more realistic ways. And we know that there's some lines that are they're gonna bust the line. There's some that are gonna come below. And there's so many activities I feel like going on at the county every day in every department. It's just really hard to know sometimes. And so, when departments say, I need this for this reason, it may not happen or it may happen more than they think, but it's just difficult to know exactly what the year holds. So this is just a way
So,
of
Francis?
incorporating that. Yes, sir.
Haley, plug in the no new revenue rate.
Oh, sorry, I can pull it up for you on this side.
315189.
Sorry.
315
189.
189.
I don't know if I had that tied. Let's see. Summary. Yeah. No, I think you're good. Wait, let me think.
Let me check. No, I didn't.
Yeah, it just hadn't updated yet.
Okay.
So doing that with all of those below the line items, it's
Oh, yeah, it's not quite, it didn't work.
32.2.
It didn't quite work out. Okay, well, oh well.
but I mean,
Better luck next time.
but I think even if you just if you lower that rate from your current, we don't have to go to no new revenue, but
Yeah, right.
you can say that you have lowered the budget for, X amount of years,
Well, so lower the current tax rate a penny.
3.2, so it'd be 3.2.
So it'd be 319805. Yeah, that's what I was calculating.
Did you do? Did you
Look
do
at,
319?
while you're lowering or
I think I tried to
adjusting,
type something in. Okay. I was like, when I did something up on it.
Look
Never
at-
mind.
.322. No, yeah, .322,
33.4.
which is under our current tax rate.
So that would be, so if you did it half a cent, 0.3294,805.
Half a cent off.
And lowered it half a cent, basically down to
Yeah, I think so.
322.
3 minus,
You would
That's the-
generate about 2.8 million in revenue.
Oh, it's, sorry.
no, that's not right.
Half is-
Half a cent.
Half a cent off?
Half a cent is 3294,
Sorry, I'm really struggling because I don't have these numbers in front of me.
And I just did editing and I didn't mean
3294,805.
to.
What's the value on a penny this year?
About 2.8 million.
2.8?
I think that's,
329.
805.
Tinker with it.
See, right now, the no new revenue rate, or the current rate, generates about $4.7 million increase in levy. 4,770,780. The no new revenue rate generates 672,308. Theoretically, the difference between the two will generate about,
Well, so it doesn't because Haley doesn't load in the contingencies and things like that into expenses.
Yeah, so we just look at that as a
uh-huh.
percentage of the
Right.
operating.
Yeah, of the operating. So,
This was, and you said a half cent off 324,805.
324,805. I mean, I'd rather go a whole cent. So, but that's always gonna be me.
Well, that still put us at 33 though, didn't it?
Yeah, a full cent, the full cent. The,
off of current,
yeah, the third, 0.328.
Or 319. 0.319805 is 1 cent off.
yeah, it'd be
Oh,
0.319.
0.319, yeah.
Too many digits.
0.319805. Yeah.
And that's where we got it, 1 penny
And
right now with these estimates.
1 penny puts us at 33.
Puts us, yeah.
And like I said, keep in mind
To
that,
blow that out even further on that.
you know, we don't, so that step pay conversion number is an estimate at this time until there's more known about that. The elected official and department head increases today that were in the spreadsheets we were going over. We have COLA in there, but not the other increases. It will be minor, but that is not in there as well as of yet, so. Oh, and then like the engineer had asked for a vehicle to come back, and we can do those things in.
But we've got some vehicles to cut too. We've got some things to cut that I think we're intent on cutting,
Okay,
so
Be out of capital outlay.
be out of the capital
Right there, end
outlay.
up at a penny, at a half, what did you say, a penny down? Yeah, penny down. What does that increase in total levy end up right there?
thank you, Haley.
I can't see that. Let me get up there where you're looking.
So it's right under 2 million.
1966681.
Yeah, and since, you know, those certified, that taxable values being over 28, so it's about 2.804 million per.
So what's the calculation there?
On the sheet that we're on,
Uh-huh.
on the tax. So that increase in total levy is just the tax rate on the certified taxable values, no 98%.
No 98%? Okay.
It also includes debt service or INS. So there's an increase there, so that has to be absorbed as well.
Has anybody heard from Anna?
She'll be in about 2:30.
2.8 million.
You know, and even with the changes we're making, we're being extremely cautious. So I don't worry about getting the tax rate and getting it down to 33% at all.
Okay.
Because we've got so many fail safes that we put in place, right, for personnel, we've got it for, operations.
And you know, next year is next year. And that's,
Yeah, each budget year should, you know, stand alone and.
I mean, we're not gonna have Tyler. We're not gonna have the expensive.
700
Well, we have the ongoing.
Have ongoing.
But we'll drop. it
There's
to
an increase
800,000.
in that, in there. There's an
Will we
increase.
drop EDOC at some point?
Yeah, but not for
Ongoing.
26,
3 years.
26.
So one thing I just want to point out, you know, doing things like this, like the, you know, the more realistic, like budget factors and things like that, cutting, you know, if we continue to cut areas, trying to get them closer and closer, cutting vacancies.
Next time it's gonna not be as easy to cut.
Yes, and so, you know, if you know, it's in the plans to give a COLA or to, you know, costs just increase, then it's gonna get harder to stay with our, to stay closer to the no new revenue rate. However,
Me-
we have a lot of big commercial type,
Coming
yes, that will add to that tax
Well,
rate. So
I'm
we're
gonna,
gonna,
and I'm just gonna say this, all right? And we need to, when we calculate all that, and I'm sure it is, that's in TERS 4. So we don't get a large amount of that, a big value.
overtime.
So, that, and to me, that's, I was very, I was very disappointed that, what happened there on that?
Oh, he had us change it. We were looking at what a penny
Oh, okay.
did.
Okay. Well, so that's just, that's just my opinion. I was a little disappointed that
Let's go back to that meeting.
revenue, I mean, I don't know what, the no new revenue last year on, the no new revenue last year was over $1 million, it seemed like. I don't remember
No,
exactly. so.
you're right. I want to say it was closer to $1.5 million.
And that was maybe prior to TERS 4, so.
But it's hard not to look at next year in one instance because history shows us that we're always gonna come in a little under budget. So if we're in that 33% range and it falls down to 32, first off, the fail-safes on both the payroll and then on the operational, plus up fund balance, and that's part of what we built this fund balance up for, right? Is to be able to get tighter with our budgeting, where we've got the tax rate and the budget, where we're not coming in with multiple millions of dollars in excess every year.
I really like the 319,805,
The penny down.
the penny down.
I say we plug it in and start with it, and if we have to make adjustments at the final.
Oh, yeah, no, it's, yeah.
Up or down at the final bill, then that's what we do.
So here's the thing, on Wednesday,
We can go down, we can't go up.
yes,
I understand.
so that's and I think after Wednesday, it's nothing but cutting.
We have tomorrow to figure everything, well, we don't.
Well, we can,
Wednesday,
Wednesday,
we can do it
Wednesday, we
Wednesday
can
and then
stay here
vote.
till midnight.
On Wednesday, yeah. And flesh it out.
We do have to file the
Francis is like,
budget.
"Oh my
No, that, we would always stay here till, but we do have to file it, but with the county clerk, and of course, they probably wouldn't stay
By
here till
5
midnight.
o'clock
so-
Wednesday.
By 5 o'clock Wednesday?
But today we were hoping, the things that will take us a while are the COLA and the personnel changes. And so if we have some consensus today, we can start
All right,
working
and
on
I'm just
that.
gonna throw this out there on the COLA then.
Okay.
Because we have not discussed this at all, this whole, we've not discussed the health insurance. We've had the presentation, and that was it. But there's been no discussion about, adding more, or charging the county more, charging the employee more. So that being said, do we maybe do a 2% COLA or a 1.5% COLA instead of the 3.2, or a 1.6 COLA? Because our health insurance is staying the same, what we charge the.
Yes, so I took it as there were no changes anticipated for the
Yep.
county's costs there.
Is that correct? There's not gonna be, we're not adding any more money to the health
No, so last year you made an increase there based on Randy McGraw's recommendation.
And
And
so
you know, that's just
effectively,
pushing
your
money. It's
COLA
your money.
becomes less, effectively, your COLA becomes less when when you do that, when you charge the employees more for
For
the.
those who take out health insurance,
For those who take out health insurance, yeah.
which those that don't,
I mean, we have, our percentage is pretty good. I mean, I don't know what it is exactly. We're in the,
I don't either, but I would imagine, yes, it's pretty low, the ones that do not.
are you following me, Ben?
Yeah. Other options? I mean, not
I mean-
saying that that's not a bad one, but
I mean, I just always see the health insurance as, it's just the amount we need to keep that plan afloat, not so much a premium,
Right,
but
and-
it is our money and it's sitting over there and that's other.
And I'm not talking about cutting the rate on the health insurance.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about not giving as much COLA.
if you don't give as much COLA to benefit those that take out health insurance, the other side of it is you're penalizing those that don't use the health insurance.
Well, and I think that's a small,
But I mean, that's correct, though,
that's a
right?
small amount. Yeah. Most likely their health insurance is going up,
Covered by a spouse or something.
spouse or something like that.
They're
yeah,
not taking out health insurance, I don't.
By their, I mean, so few people buy their own, if they buy their own plan, it's super catastrophic.
I mean, that's an incentive to get on the plan.
Yeah. Do a 2% COLA instead of a 3.2. What does that look, what does that equate to? See, that's what happens when Anna's not here.
So I'll just divide this.
We'll start slashing and burning.
That one that one I'll need to think on. Right there, Will, I'll be honest with you.
Or down to 3% flat.
That would add, like, right now we have the 3.11, so I mean roughly,
That's what we've got figured as COLA, 3.11?
yes, that's based on the
Oh,
CPI.
okay.
I'm sorry, I keep pressing edit notebook and I'm missing everything.
Yeah, you're good.
Let me see. So I think 1606, 696. So that would add, like, instead of that 1606, it would be a little over $1 million for 2% COLA. But then I feel like that number below would be a little more if you're trying to get everyone up to the min in there.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it would change that a little bit.
That's right.
I would want to know that whole calculation there. I mean, I guess,
Yeah, and it just depends on if you do COLA first or after.
We do it the same way we're trying.
But every position's different, so we'd have to look at the detailed.
so let's say we spent only like 1.1 million on a COLA. And you had to increase that step salary structure, non-step by, let's say, 300,000 to 300,000. Oops, wrong. You're even in better shape.
That is like, I think,
Then you get to no new revenue.
Where did the money go from the 3.11 to the 2?
he was saying then he could decrease the tax rate for that difference.
And cut, so
I thought you were trying to give it back to people who had health insurance somehow.
Well, the thing is we're not increasing the employees'
Contribution.
contribution.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
So
Okay.
their contribution is staying the same. And for years, I would say 7 of the last 8 years at least, there's been no increase. So that's just, That's part of my rationale,
That's what
315.
And the difference is 600,000, roughly?
Probably like,
Actually, that
again, we're
gets-
just kind of eyeballing things
Right.
here because we'd have to plug it into everything, but 400,000.
Closer to
I would be reluctant to do that, and the only reason I'm gonna say that is we still have a piece of a benefit plan that we took away from the employees that we never returned. And that's that 7%.
Yeah, the retirement.
And so I'd hate to go, okay, we took that, and now we're gonna take a little bit of COLA out for the benefit of the health plan being so successful. I'd need to think on this a little more. And I do understand that some employees don't see that as a benefit. They would not want the 7% back because they don't want to see their paycheck downsized any. In the long run, they'll be thankful, but in the short term,
Sure.
for the moment, I would be comfortable leaving everything as it is.
And, like I said, we can come,
For the moment.
continue to, yeah, come back. Would y'all like to go to the outside entity request and maybe start going through those and?
Fine. I don't have a problem with it. Like, Will, did you have some ideas at one time?
It's been confirmed that the city of Waco is all their outside entity requests have, and they've already published, they've already published their budget.
They start with the proposed and
Yeah.
then,
And so they did the same amount for everybody. And the only thing I don't know whether or not they, is on the economic development is if they, and it's just not a lot, that we're talking about here on some of these. And there may be, and so I've gone back and forth, in my mind about, well, what if it's grant related and this and that, and so, I don't know.
Well,
But what if we, and I know like a Waco Family Medicine is tied to a contract.
yeah, so that one,
That's contractual.
but I want to follow up on what you just said a minute ago, because the city's already done that. I think every entity has to do what we do as well, is figure out your revenues and then budget from it. And they can't count on an increase every year.
Yeah, right.
We can't count on an increase every year.
Right, yeah.
And this just happens to be a year, I think we're focused more on our employees
Yeah.
than we are outside entities. So I would not have a problem doing what Waco's doing.
Okay.
so if we brought these down to the FY '24 level, the first ones we have up here, with the exception of Waco Family Medicine, at this point in time, and the others we would bring down to FY '24.
Yes.
Okay.
Y'all good with that?
I'm looking.
Tell me when you're ready to move on, Commissioner.
The highlighted ones with it. So what the city of Waco, that we contract with them.
Okay, so that's where I was going next.
Oh, okay, I started
So,
saying, hello.
This top one, I'm
Oh, this is-
not sure what, we
Who's
don't
sure
have a
about
request there,
anything?
and I'm not sure there. So that one's just, and we can just leave that amount until we know some more. The Public Health District, that one is a contractual obligation. It goes up each year. Let me see what.
Yes, it does.
Is that
Yeah,
one?
that's, we voted on that last year.
The Public Health District.
There's a percent, it goes up.
By myself. Second. Sorry. No. So it was 742,647.
Revisit that or not.
Okay. And that's when we talked about the health services department, but that one is based on, it goes up each year, an amount per population. Emergency management, I have not gotten anything formal yet. I glanced at their proposed, and their proposed was less than it was adopted last year. So right now, I think the amount we have in there should be sufficient. Fire protection, in that same realm, we've always kept a cushion in there for the entities that do runs out. Man, I need Ryan here to. Yes, out in unincorporated, and they could bill. We have never had anyone bill for that. So we took out that amount. If somebody happens to, then we'll go to contingencies, but we just
Sounds
didn't
good to
think we
me.
should continue to budget that here. The library, right now we have that as the same amount as well from last year.
That's the recommendation. I talked to Lisa Black, there's a new library director that will be coming to meet y'all, in the next month or so. But that's the recommendation, and they want to focus on trying to modernize that contract going into the next year, so.
We won't hold our breath.
OSSF remaining the same, and then the soil and water conservation district also the same amount there. The HOT-BHN contracts, there's multiple contracts there. All of those amounts, there was no request to increase any of those. I know it's been mentioned to me that you all would like to hear from them. I haven't been able to get them to come in as of yet, but we'll do so in the next month.
So there is an increase in there, or?
No, there is not.
Okay,
No requested
all right.
increase.
Well, they,
Okay, down here at the bottom, so these are all ones that we classify more as economic development. So MPO, same amount. Cultural Arts District, they asked for a $20,000 increase. I don't know if you want to include those in that same decision you made up top.
yes.
Okay. The McLennan Community Investment Fund, they asked for a $50,000 increase to 150. The Sports Commission from 120,000 to 130,000. Just keeping it,
I think.
just making sure.
Gotta be fair.
Startup Waco was the same. Brazos Trail, so we did not fund them last year. They asked for the 15,000 again that was in the FY '22 and '23. So do you want to put that back in there?
You good with that one?
Keeping it at 0.
I thought the presentation was pretty good, and so I don't know if anybody else has interest, but I wouldn't mind seeing us return them to their.
Maybe 10.
Okay.
What happened to? I think, who was it made a request that visited with us? I don't see on this list. I gotta think about it. Oh, go ahead.
Okay. And then
So the big
the
one.
chamber web deck. So everything is the same. She dropped the spaceport request a little bit, but the WIMDEC committed funds. So that has been requested to increase 350,000 from the 4 million.
I'm fine with that.
So it looks like the city is gonna do 350 also too on that, so
Okay.
that's fine.
Where's Crime Stop?
Oh, Crime Stoppers. We've always had them separate, but she did have them added in there.
Sorry, I haven't.
Yes,
That
we
needs
just
to go
left.
back to 10.
Yeah.
There they
We'll
are.
go back and
There they are, okay.
do it.
I was trying to remember who else made presentations to it.
Yeah, we'll leave it.
Theirs was a one-time ask because they're hosting that here in Waco, that statewide conference.
Well, let's
Theirs was a conference request.
And they asked how much above?
5,000.
5,000 to help sponsor the conference.
I'm a no.
Okay. Consistent.
I'm okay with that one.
You okay?
What do you?
Well, it was a one-time request, and it does bring in.
I just want to
revenue.
make sure
Does
that,
bring in revenue too. Do we have any money in economic development, generally speaking, that would?
can
that
we
would
just
benefit
make sure that it
them
goes
on
back
that
to 10
request?
next year, you know?
do you mean?
Absolutely. And do we have another area we could fund it out of?
Right.
Yeah, do we have another
Development.
area we could fund that one-time
Could we
request?
take that 5 out of economic development?
Yeah, that 5 was
So
for that.
out of like Windeck, that would have to go
Well,
through,
no, we used to have a other line for economic development that we could pull funds out and help sponsor this or do that.
I thought we still had that.
Dustin, you know what
I mean,
I'm
it would
talking
just be
about,
another line
or
in the
am I-
budget. It would be the
Did I
same.
bump my head at lunch?
We had, like, with the equestrian event at the fair, I think we transitioned it to a different type of economic development line item at one point, but I don't know if it's remained in the budget.
Yeah, I mean, it's there, but I mean, it would still be in the general fund.
Right, and the reason I'm saying that is if we put it in a different area, then we know it goes back to normal next year. It goes back to 10 because that would be their budget this year. I'm just curious if there wasn't an area we could put it there and pull it out of it without increasing their budget.
And like I said, the only thing I can say about it will attract people from all the way across the state of Texas, and it is an economic development opportunity for us.
Okay.
That's,
Well-
that's my point.
I'll put it on my reminder sheet that,
Come back
come back next year.
and drop it.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll leave that in there as is for now. Okay. So,
And I have spoken to Dustin about this, and he's been in conversation with them. The Waco Sports Commission. I think they're doing a fantastic job with what they're doing, and they did ask for an increase, but, and I'm not opposed to that, except Waco hasn't stepped up and helped on that end anymore. So that just, because the majority of the benefit goes to the city of Waco.
Yes, sir.
And I feel like we're doing our part there, and I wish that was coming from them also, so. But that's gotta be their choice, and that's fine.
okay. So,
That's only a $72,000 increase, less the WebMec funds.
A lot of that comes out of the contracted and the increase in probably Waco Family Medicine and
Yeah, the Waco Family Medicine one, yeah.
the contracted, well, yeah,
so,
Public Health
so
District.
then we've updated the number in the main summary sheet. And so, like you said, so it, or 33.2% there.
Which probably is gonna lead us to probably not having a lot of discussion about TCDRS this year.
Oh, that's
You
good.
probably have to just let that ride.
You know, to me, that is completely fine. That's a, you know, when we're getting 10%, that's stuff that you do when you're getting 20% increases in your
Growth, yeah.
in your appraised values, you know?
Right.
When you're only getting 5, it just,
You gotta pull the
yeah,
belt.
yeah.
So that would be a change to the TCDRS plan too, which would change the result, the percentage.
COLA. Okay. Have we discussed that already?
No.
No, talking about, paying down anything on
Yes.
TCDRS.
But like that would include any changes you made to the plan, 7%, pay down lump sums, retiree COLAs.
Okay.
So instead of making an additional contribution this year to get our rate down, our percentage rate down, we just leave it alone.
Yeah.
So, and we will make an adjustment to I think I mentioned this, but I think I said it quickly. The elected officials and department heads, there's a bit of that incorporated into this, but we need to go through and clean that up. So that'll probably bring that down a little closer to 33%, but it will be very minor, but we do need to clean that up from this morning. We just hadn't had a chance yet. So. Anything personnel related that you wanted to have any other discussions with Anna?
So, yes,
What are we having to clean up that we didn't know, that we went through this
No,
one?
as
that
far
we're
as
not-
on our side.
Oh, on your
Yeah,
side,
yeah.
we're already through with our
Yes,
part, okay.
yes.
Okay. Anna, did you have a chance to do any thinking or discussions with anybody we asked you to talk to regarding anything?
I have not.
Okay.
I think the only other item that I had pending for discussion was related to the court continuing COLA practices as historically applied for positions that are above maximum of our new pay grade structure.
you won't come up?
Yes, I'm logging in
Okay.
in case y'all want to see the list of positions.
Yeah.
On how to handle COLA, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, got you, okay.
Internet back up so I can share my screen with everyone.
Francis, while she's doing that, go ahead first.
Okay, something literally just popped up. So, Zane had spoken to you, I think that was that last week, last week? About a need that had popped up for another vehicle for his department. So I think he unexpectedly was able to fill the positions within his office, and so they were gonna need another vehicle.
Well, let's go back to all the vehicles then.
Okay. And so purchasing had assisted him with getting a quote, and it was for a Tahoe, and on the high side would be 85,000, I think was right. 80,
Say what?
For
Truck.
engineering,
They're so expensive.
a pickup.
Yeah, it needs to be a truck.
If they need to put one of those camper
Yeah.
covers over the top
I
of
think
the bed.
a Tahoe outfitted for engineering. So, and he probably needs to speak, more on his need there than I could.
How many
But this
vehicles
just
do they
came
currently
through, so
have?
I was just wanting to.
How many do they currently have?
Two.
Two. And that was him and.
So everybody will have their own.
And they're not driving them, they're keeping them here too, aren't they?
Right.
He drives his home.
Oh, he does?
Yes, he drives his home. So here's the first thing I'm gonna ask him, we can throw at him and see, we're fixing to ask the DA to double up people in vehicles. I wanna know if he can do the same. What are the odds that all three of them are gonna be in separate directions out in the field at the same time?
Okay.
Is that a,
Yep. I think that's a good ask.
So we'll communicate that with him. He may be listening, and then we'll bring that back.
you want, are we back at?
To give Anna some more time to get set up, this is back to capital outlay. And so the vehicles that were requested were Constable 1, requested a Ford F-150 responder, the sheriff, of course, and then the DA's office.
Now, so in remembering the remarks about the sheriff, there's one this is plus one car from the program.
Correct.
What was that? And it probably needs to be eliminated, in my opinion.
Do you mind if I call on and see if David is still available?
No, because.
I am. I'm here.
You
So David, they were saying that the ask was one more over the usual replacement number. Can you remind us what that additional vehicle was needed for?
So the additional vehicle was, we have quite a few of those Amar vehicles that are very high mileage, 130 to 190,000 miles. I was trying to keep the fleet healthy, but if the court is in a discussion, trying to make deals, I'm certainly not opposed to cutting one of the unmarked.
Cut it.
But you really need that mobility lift installed, don't you, David? That's important for y'all.
That is very vital for us. It really is.
Yeah, and I understand that. I do.
If we could this year, just keep pace with what we've done.
Keep the program.
And then, and David, I'm sorry, we're just cutting you off. Do you have any other comments?
No, we just always want to have that consideration with the court that if there is some emergency or if some vehicle completely fails on us, that we'll certainly come back to y'all with that information, but we don't 100% anticipate that. But, Sean and Michael are the people who ultimately have to take care of these things.
Okay.
Hey, I've got one other question for David real quick. David, offhand, do you know how many backups we've got that we have available that are in running order?
Yeah. Cut that request in half.
So the spare fleet, for any unmarked vehicle, we essentially don't have hardly anything, right? We're just using things that are waiting to go to auction. But for patrol fleet, I'll have to check with Michael, but I believe that for the patrol fleet, we do have a couple of marked units that are able to go out and satiate.
In case
But
we-
the problem is, Commissioner, those are not like vehicles that if a vehicle died, we could use it for the next 9 months. It's almost dead itself. It is a vehicle where a guy takes his stuff in the shop and he has to drive something for a day or two.
Right, exactly. I understand that. But we would have something that would keep a guy from not being able to go out on patrols. He would be able to go out on patrol that night. If he went out there in his car, for whatever reason, he couldn't make a go of it, he could step into that one at least for that night and make a go of it.
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. I knew at one time that was a problem, so, okay.
So I'll just go, I just noticed this. So if you'll move to the top of the capital outlay, and just to go to show that this court is not afraid to spend money and amend the budget. So, the proposed 2024 budget was 2.5 million. In 24, we're expected to spend 3.3. So that's $800,000 there that we have add extra to this line.
And that was the timing of the vehicle order
Back when we were
receiving.
running way
But
back.
yes, we
Still,
had the
though,
funds.
we didn't,
Way behind. yeah.
we didn't blink at it, so.
Say back down towards the bottom.
So yeah, the DA's cars,
So he had originally asked for 8 to match up with his investigators, and then we cut that to 4.
now we're cutting it to 2.
Okay, and if truly, here's the thought process behind that, and they may not agree with me, but again, as I was saying, most often when one person goes out, another goes. So there's 2 in a vehicle.
So they'll
most
have
all the
3.
time Anyway, if he comes back and says, hey, it just wasn't manageable, there's always a next year. But if we approve 8 or 4, you know that's what they're gonna run with, and I would rather see them ease into this program and get comfortable with it before we just throw a lot of vehicles at it.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Same way with any of the others down through there that are other, MHMR's got 2. Do they have any currently? Is that 2 to replace or 2 new?
Those are for the sheriff's office.
Oh, I know what
to
those
be-
are, yeah, never mind, yeah. I know exactly what those are, yeah. Okay, yeah, gotta have them, never mind.
So cutting those 3 vehicles out was $137,222.
I would like for Ken to get with Zane on that, another pickup needed and see what it means to be outfitted for engineering. I'm not sure.
If it just needs a cover over the bed, I think that'd be,
'Cause I don't
Is
remember,
that-
I don't remember the other 2 having anything.
They don't, they're just open bed pickups,
Yeah, I think this one's for a Tahoe.
yeah, and, but I'm gonna be hard pressed for a Tahoe in engineering. I'm open to a vehicle, but I don't know that a Tahoe is gonna be
Yeah, I'd rather see it be a
We'll
pickup
continue
myself, but,
to get information on that.
okay. What else?
And then I know also there's an item on there for the SO that, the body worn cameras, that there's possible grant funds there too.
Yeah.
So we have that in there and then we'll keep y'all posted.
Either way, we gotta do it.
Yes, no, I'm with you.
that's a
a necessity.
necessity.
Very much so.
Okay, so if there was, Anna was gonna cover one more thing.
Yes,
Just-
I'm ready now. And so I was just going to review with the court, oh, and just to answer Commissioner Smith's question about kind of anything pending I was researching or whatnot, I think one of the only things I had was continuing to work with Archives and IT on how to work that backlog with them, but in the meantime, we have this dollar placeholder while we solve for that.
Dollar placeholders are fine. I would, it wouldn't bother me to eliminate that position, but not if it's what everybody wants, dollar placeholder, that's fine.
You talking about the archives?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Where you at?
dollar placeholder.
The only other thing I wanted to just highlight for the court, and this is more just a practice that the compensation consultant shared with us about the positions that we have budgeted above the new pay grade maximum. It's a handful of positions in comparison to the 1,200 positions that we have at the county. It's 37 positions that are above maximum. And then on average, amongst those 37, they're above the maximum by $5,004. And so a little more, a little less. And
You have them up?
yes. So that's these positions here. This is just the position number. So the majority of the positions are LVN positions, and there's a historical reason for that. The RN and LVN positions used to use the same slot budgets and titles. And the jail worked with HR to fix that because that was inaccurate. LVN pay range differs from RN pay range. Their certifications, of course, differ. And so those are now correct and they have their own LVN slots. But because those budgets weren't adjusted for LVN pay, it makes sense now that they're above their new range for maximum, but the consultant had provided a suggestion for how to address those positions that were above their new maximums, and that was to distribute COLA or cost of living adjustment to the employee, however, not have it apply to their budget, so that that position doesn't continue to grow outside of their maximum. But given that there's not that many positions, we don't see it, greatly affecting or impacting our grade structure as a whole. So it's completely up to the court how to administer that or do anything with that moving forward. There is a complication in applying the practice the compensation consultant suggested, and that's just, should there ever be, like for instance, a COLA being recommended this year is 3.11. If we don't apply that to budget and the employee gets that paid out kind of from a separate line item, or it doesn't apply to their budget, the following year, if there's a decreased COLA, if the COLA is only 2%, they might see less money last year because we're not applying it to a budget that has last year's COLA applied to it, if that makes sense. And so we wouldn't want to hurt the employee in that way. So that would involve some sort of complicated rule of, well, they're never going to decrease from.
With all that being said, I'd leave it alone.
Okay.
How about you guys?
All right, explain again. I was a little distracted, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. So applying cost of living adjustments to these positions that are above maximum.
Right, I thought we were just going to give them the COLA and not apply it to the budgeted.
Correct, that was what the compensation consultant suggested for addressing these positions.
But it can create a problem in the next budget.
Yes, or it could complicate how we administer and track these positions that are above maximum. And so, for instance, this year, the recommended cost of living adjustment is 3.11. And so if the employee receives that in a separate kind of way that isn't applied to their budget, the following year, let's say HR is recommending a 2% COLA.
Anything under a 3.11, they're going to get shorted.
Yes, they could see less money into their paycheck, in theory. In the following
They're
years.
already making more than the average.
And it's not by much. Again, the
You said the average is $5,000?
5,004, and then it's in positions that
Okay.
are some of our harder to fill positions, like nursing. Like the majority of the position are these LVN positions.
Let's use an example. Somebody makes $70,000, and we're gonna give them 3% this year, that's $2,100. Next year, they're $70,000, we give them 2%, they're at $1,400, they lost $700.
So their net would be less, right, the following year.
Yeah, they lost, yeah, they would get
Oh,
1,400.
wait, though. Okay, no, that's not right.
That's not right.
That's
Okay,
not-
that's not right.
So 70 times 3 is 2,100. So it'd be, so essentially the budgeted should be 72.1 times 2 times 0.2. This will help me understand it better.
Okay.
I'm gonna get a clarification from Francis here in a minute.
So it'd be 1442 and 70 times 0.02. $1,400. But at some point, they catch up. At some point, it gets,
Once they get to a 1.0, don't know how long that takes, but
Well, once they get within their pay grade range, it would stop. Some of them, it'll take a few years. Some of them, in the following year, they'd be caught up. So for
Well,
instance,
But it's only
What about-
$29 difference right now. I think
Exactly,
Next
so-
year they'll make it.
Well, I'm just gonna say that you just made the point a moment ago. It's mostly in nursing, which are hard positions to fill. And that's why I would leave it as it is, but I will respect
Yeah.
the consensus.
Francis, give us the example. Somebody makes $70,000 this year.
Yes, and so you add a COLA, you peel it off, you go back to 70,000.
Next
The
year.
next year, it's only 2%. So when they look at their total pay,
Yeah.
it's decreased.
yes.
Of how much? At 3, if it's 3% this year and 2% next year, what did they lose at
$700.
70,000?
But see, they're only losing out on $42.
So we're just seeing it as if the base pay was 70 and there was a 3% COLA this year.
Right.
They get that paid out over the year, however.
Yep.
And then we start again
So-
this time next year, they go back to 70,000.
Yeah,
Then we put a 2% COLA on it, let's say.
yeah.
So they would only get,
So a 2% COLA on 72,100.
Where do you get 72,100?
No,
that peels it off.
so we
No,
wouldn't change this.
I know, right, but what you're saying though is if you peel it off, then,
It goes back to 70,000.
yeah, it goes back to 70,000. So if you don't peel it off,
Well, that's a different story. If you don't peel it off, then
Then
you
it's,
really haven't gained anything. They keep moving up.
then it'll
It's normal
be
practice.
treated
Right.
like all other positions are treated,
but
which
it's not a big difference.
Which is by leaving it alone is what I'm getting at.
Right.
And
Yeah,
because-
I think we just leave it alone.
Yeah, because I mean,
That's where I am.
the medical field out there is
Yeah.
hard to compete with.
Right.
It,
Yeah.
Yeah, like of the 37 positions that fall into this kind of group, 20 of them are these nursing positions, which we struggle to recruit for anyway. And so we're
let's give them the advantage and the edge there.
great. I missed a chunk of the conversation. Were there any other personnel questions?
Oh, we changed everything.
I saw the,
Do you have anything?
I saw the Francis's summary and that looked like what I thought was happening, so. We're all good.
I don't think, as it pertains to personnel, there was, because we were doing on the operational side. Right after, isn't that correct, guys?
Yep,
Gentlemen, commissioners?
so I think where do we go from here?
What's the unknown now we need to decide?
So, I think right now we're just, we've had consensus on all these matters that we've talked about. If there's something else we need to talk about before Wednesday, we're all here to do so. But Wednesday, what we need to do is, or what you need to do is propose a tax rate. And like it's been said many times today, I know y'all have mentioned it, you can decrease, but you can't increase. So I think the decision would be, I know we were playing with that 1 cent decrease today. Is that something you want to do on Wednesday, or do you want to do the current
So
and then bring it
let's,
down during
we need
August?
we need to see
Go
the.
back at it one more time.
We need to look at it some more, right, while we're all here and
And do we want to, let's look at it again, but do we want to leave an extra penny in there just so we can go, okay, we're comfortable coming down a cent? Or do we really want to try and hit it on the head today?
I would like to hit it on the head today and Wednesday as much as possible, so I don't have to get mad in August and get accused of being political and stuff like that. So,
Okay, I see. Saying, hey, we're going to
yeah.
come down another.
Okay. So, and of course, we'll bring this back up and, it's.
Well, it still has to be
we'll
voted
vote
on. So it doesn't matter
Wednesday.
what we do today, we still got to vote on it.
Yes. And so then we'll take these decisions and we will start building the proposed document.
319805, yeah.
Yes, so one's in there. Yes, that is in there, and so, and then you'll see after those decisions we've talked through today, that brings us to 33.3%. And then, I know you all know, but, after we file the proposed, You know, there'll be some hearings.
So
It gives
you've
the
got
public, you know, the time to
400
speak on
grand.
it.
Over 400,000 to
That'd be what? I'm
a
sorry.
wiggle room.
And you can make changes to the budget, of course, but elected official compensation letters have to go out Wednesday to fall into all the timelines. So if there's a COLA there and you, for some reason, change things, that would be, you know, we'll have to stick with that for elected officials. So just to remind you there, those letters will be going out Wednesday as well. Anything else?
Any
Right now?
COLA-related issues at all?
No, unless we are deviating from the 3.11.
I think for the time being, I know you would go lower on that, but I think Commissioner.
I would, okay, I do have, we need to have this discussion about the health insurance. So we only heard from Randy. Just, have we heard any more from Randy about the projections or anything like that?
Not anything different than what he presented in June. And he didn't expect any large swings or changes from that data that he presented. And as far as our benefit package itself is competitive, but that 3.11% COLA, I just know a lot of our positions are below midpoint, but above minimum. So deviating.
Oh, the one question, so that jogs my memory. What does if we were only to do a 2% COLA, what does that look like to, what does that do to the salary, the new salary structure? How much would that increase the new salary structure?
So the structure itself isn't, because this is that implementation year, there won't be any changes to those minimum, midpoint maximums.
So it would
themselves.
stay the same?
Those would stay the same. Where there would be a difference is we would need to go in and calculate the difference for putting positions to minimum. Just because we're getting them to minimum by applying that 3%.
Mm-hmm.
3%.
So that was my question. What does that calculation look like?
And so it's going to be the same dollar figure, but the percentage that it's made up.
So if you took the COLA and the whole thing is going to cost 1.8 no matter what.
Yeah, because what doesn't get
That
it there
makes
through the
sense.
COLA is just applied through a straight increase
uh-huh.
to minimum. But we have a lot.
So we
of-
could give a 4% COLA and then it would decrease that salary structure change.
Yes, because that $200,000 figure would decrease slightly because that money moves then to the COLA line item, right? It's just kind of an exchange there, but on a whole, it doesn't really impact getting to the minimum.
Or 3.5.
What it does affect is
So do we?
where our positions could be
do we raise
placed
it
relative to
use
the
up
range
that-
next
that
year.
figure that you're talking about, where she's,
Well, is
what I'm saying?
what was the last CPI that we were looking at? I think that'd be the best place to go.
You see what I'm saying is, do we just
Yeah,
go ahead and make a COLA big enough that includes the 202,346?
Yeah, that's what we're talking
That would-
about.
Okay.
Is that gonna throw everything?
Yes.
That was a quick answer, too.
Yeah, and that's just because individually, some of these positions are a lot lower, below their minimum than some other positions. And so the amount to get those individual positions to their minimum is gonna be,
So it's gonna take both,
yeah.
is what you're saying, okay?
But the latest CPI information was issued mid-July this month. And it was June CPI, and that figure brought us to that 3.11%.
Okay.
So this
All
is the
right. So
most,
it's if we're using the most recent, then just leave that as it is.
and July is usually as recent as I can get us coming up to budget.
I have a question about cost of living adjustments for the retirees. And what does that cost? I don't remember what the cost is on
So
that.
I can we'll pull that up. I saved it just in there. Yeah. Sorry. So I had some different scenarios on here, looking at lump sum payoff, employee deposit rate. Do you mind hiding those first two proposed plans? Sorry. Or just the, like, N through T? Yeah, sorry. So this one just has 1% plugged in. And so on the left, you'll see there are the current plan, and this is estimates, based on the COLA that's been thrown around, and then estimating a COLA going forward. But you'll see there, year 2024, you'll see that we were at 15.16%. It doesn't change for 2024. But when you get to 2025, you'll see there that there's a $241,000 difference that would be embedded within the rate that we pay on current employees' salary. And then over time, that 1% would cost, sorry, Haley, it's a lot. 3.6 million. It would affect your rate through 2039.
And then what about 2%?
It should,
Should just double?
yes, it should be pretty close to being double.
480,000?
Yes, for that first year, and then, then it just depends on what our salary is each year. It depends on other decisions you may make, because it's all baked in that one rate.
Can you put in the 2% rate?
You have to run, I have to run another, I have to run it on the TCDRS site. But it should just double it, pretty much. I can run it real quick, though. Do you want to be reminded of what we have done in the last few years? Would
Yeah.
that be helpful? So for this year, you've done a 3%.
I would be comfortable with doing 1 or 2% to the retirees since we've done 5 and 3 the last 2 years.
If we kind of do half of what we're doing for the employee.
1.5. Yeah, that'd be really good. I mean, anything.
Let me see if we can do. It has to be in even increments.
Oh, it does?
Yes.
Well,
It's just a TCDRS rule.
I would like to look at, I would do 1 for sure and maybe 2. I don't think we've got enough wiggle room for 2, but
Why don't we put that on too for Wednesday morning when Judge is back before we vote? See if he has some thoughts on that one.
Okay.
And then, and Commissioner Smith just asked a question. To clear up, everyone is getting a 3.11 unless it's tied to a increase to get them to, or everyone's getting 3.11 and then we make the increases, correct? To get them into their salary range?
That's correct.
Okay,
Everyone's
so
getting-
the 3.11 is countywide.
311 is countywide. I think it was incorporated in some of the adjustments for elected officials, but none of the officials are getting less than 3.11. So I would say, yes, that group is getting it. Our positions that are below minimum are getting that 311 and then being adjusted to their new minimum, so they'll be at minimum. And then the only other group outside of that will be having a new system is our step pay positions, our county sheriff's office, jailers and peace officers, but they're getting a whole new step plan that has annual adjustments. But they wouldn't necessarily get the 3.11, they're just gonna get whatever placement within the system, but it will be an adjustment for the majority of those positions.
And that's the 1.4,
1.4 million with some change.
1.48, I think is what we present given.
anything else?
So we do need to go over, we have special revenue funds, which I know are everyone's favorite. They're dedicated funds, you have to use them for a certain purpose. So we need to run through those, but we can do that. Is there a plan for tomorrow? I know we have a regular agenda.
We, because of the desire for some of the court to go to the service, we're gonna come in, gavel in at 9. We've got some business that has to be taken care of.
Okay.
And then we'll gavel out and recess until Wednesday morning.
Okay, so we
Does that
could,
give you some time to get stuff lined up?
yes, and we could run through the changes in the
Now,
special revenue funds.
do you
on
feel
that
the
Monday.
need for us to meet tomorrow afternoon, or do you feel we'll be okay?
I really feel we'll be okay,
Well, the thing is, we have all day Wednesday,
and that'll give us some time to,
and that'll give them
Yeah, we'll
time.
sure
Clear
up our
some of the-
numbers, yeah.
I wouldn't mind tomorrow if it were later, like 3 o'clock or 2:30 or 2
If we can get it all done Wednesday, I don't see,
Yeah.
and then once we vote on Wednesday, we get the proposed done. Then we're back to our regularly scheduled programming, right?
correct. So we can meet any days you want to in August if you want to piggyback off normal agendas, if we want to meet all the Tuesday, just depending on
Right.
where your minds are.
Okay.
I think August 27th is the adoption date.
Adoption date.
Dustin, I'll never get to the end of a meeting and not ask, do you have any questions or comments?
Sounds good.
Are we gonna do the special revenue or not?
We can run through them if you like today and just
Might as
check them
well.
off. Okay. I know these are accelerated.
I didn't update theirs.
Okay,
It's in our
okay,
drive.
okay.
That's my.
No problem. Okay, so we will, I'll just go through each fund. I know I may go through them quickly, but please slow me down or stop me if you would like at any time. Fund 10 is our Records Management Fund. This is a fund that is dwindling. And, and will be going away in the next couple of years completely, but this is where we budget the operating portion of the Archives Department. So just going down that list, there's an increase in IT assessments, which we've already covered when John Carter covered the IT assessments. There's an increase in professional services, and that is for outsourced file scanning to cover 2 years of district attorney files. There's a slight increase in repair and maintenance, and that's for maintenance contracts as well as new tires that are needed for the archives vehicle. And And we budget the remainder in contingencies, because we can only use this fund for a certain purpose. Fund 15, this is our courthouse security fund. This budget covers one of our courthouse security personnel. It's budgeted here, as well as the taxes and benefits. And then on the operating side, an increase in IT assessments, like I said, which we've already talked about, and there are no other increases requested here. Fund 75, this is our fund that holds our committed portion of our fund balance for WMDEC, for the Waco McLennan County Economic Development Corporation. We budget the whole balance here, so you can utilize that as needed during the year. But we will, after today's discussion, we'll update the transfer amount to be the $4.35 million. Fund 116 is our Farm to Market Roads Fund. We don't collect a specific tax for this anymore, but we do have delinquent taxes that continue to come in and get smaller and smaller each year. We divide the funds by the number of road miles, and we make sure that we move expenditures from each of your departments over to this fund.
We know who's getting the bulk of that then, don't we?
It's a big $800 in revenues this year. Fund 120, this is County Records Management and Preservation Fund, District Clerk. The operating request here, there's an increase in software licensing and support for eDoc. There's an increase to conservation and restoration of records for outsourced services there, and those are the only increases in that
And
fund.
what was that dedicated?
This is records management and preservation for the
Okay,
district
okay,
clerk.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. 122 is Records Management and Preservation Fund for the county clerk. They have asked for an increase in furniture and equipment. And then there's a decrease there in conservation and restoration of records. Fund 125, this is Court Record Preservation Fund. This is a fund that we're about reached the end. We used to fund a portion of a position in the district clerk's office through here. We are not going to be able to do that anymore, but we have budgeted the remainder there in conservation and restoration of records. 130 is Justice Court Building Security Fund. Here we have budgeted for each office that is not housed in the county courthouse, an amount for alarm security services at each of those locations.
So when people ask for alarm updates or improvements or cameras, it comes out of this fund?
Yes, sir. So whenever we have a request for that, we always try to, touch on one of these first before it comes out of general fund. Fund 140, this is the Justice Court Assistance and Technology Fund. Here we have housed some cost for eDoc. There's not enough, not a whole lot left there to cover as much as we have in some years past. Or no, it is the same as in years past for JP11 and JP. And I'm misspeaking, aren't I? For eDoc.
We'll cover, JP11 will get covered, and then the rest have decreased.
Okay, thank you. And so we have cleaned out that fund, what was available there, as much as we can. Fund 141. This is Justice Court Support Fund. We have accounted for a portion of salary in each office. And so again, these special revenue funds, they're covering pieces of the budget that would normally be in general fund. And so
And then we picked up
the remainder. And then any eDoc that didn't fit in the prior fund, Fund 140, we have budgeted here. Fund 142, this is County and District Court Technology Fund. And we have budgeted the entire fund balance into software licensing and support for eDoc. Fund 143, this is the Court Facility Fee Fund. This is a fairly new fund. It can be used for cost related to the courthouse, or houses, excuse me, buildings that house courts. And so you'll see those buildings listed there. We have not spent any of this fund yet. We can also use it to pay down debt service. If it's, the debt service is being used to fund projects related to these buildings. It's also something we could use for the judicial center, downtown jail conversion. And so it's sitting there and it's building a fund balance, and that may be something we want to remember when a need arises in the
And
future.
what's this one called?
This is called the Court Facility Fee Fund.
Court Facilities Fee Fund.
Yes.
Fee. Okay.
144 is the District Court Records Technology Fund. This is also one that we had a portion of a position in the district clerk's office funded here. Not able to do that anymore as this fund is going away. But the remaining fund balance, we did try to eat up all that by a little small portion of that position for this year. Fund 145 is Truancy Court Fund. This is one, we don't have anything budgeted as of now in this fund. You can see that there is only $56 in fund balance there. And so.
What
So
happens
we
when you
moved-
spend that 56, then does that go away?
Yes, until we get any more revenue there.
Okay, so it would be revenue, so that's not one that's,
Yes. And then Haley was helping me, I misspoke. So the $56 fund balance, we do have it covering a small portion of a JP5 salary. Fund 150, this is Court Reporter Service Fund. So this is a fund that we budget some amounts for court reporter, transcription and substitute services for a majority of the courts. And so we utilize this first, and then we move over to general fund. There is also some in contingencies, so we will do budget amendments throughout the year. We can also use this for court reporter equipment, for their transcribing machines and other costs they might encounter. Fund 151, Language Access Fund. So similar, we budget for each of the departments, and we use this up pretty quickly during the year, and again, use it for language translation. When this one is exhausted, we'll move over to the general fund. Fund 155 is the Dispute Resolution Fund. We budget the whole fund balance because there's just one line, the Dispute Resolution Services, but this is based on the contract that we have with the McLennan County Dispute Resolution Center. Fund 162 is the Child Abuse Prevention Fund. This is one where this is where we budget for the Advocacy Center, and so their request falls within this fund, or eligible use for this fund. Probably in the next couple of years, it won't cover the entire amount, and we'll have to move some to general fund. But for now, we're able to cover that request, or the $15,000 request. Fund 163, this is the Children's Protective Service Fund. So this is what the CPS board uses for some certain expenditures throughout the year. It is funded primarily by a transfer from the general fund. And so that has remained at $40,000 for some time now. We budget the entire fund balance, and then they request those funds as needed. Fund 165, this is the Drug and Alcohol Program Fund. So certain court costs, as well as program cost for individuals in this program go here and have to be, of course, spent on that program. There was one increase to professional development within this fund, and this would help support the DWI and drug court program that is a piece of the specialty court realm. Fund 166, similar, this is the Veterans Treatment Court Program Fund. And the operating request remains the same. And so this is, we've talked a lot about the specialty court in the last week and a half here and there. And so they are funded by general fund, by special revenue funds, and by grants. So there's a lot going on in that department. Fund 167, this is Juvenile Delinquency Prevention Fund. This is one that you have to have a specific case manager position to utilize. We do not have that position, and we haven't had another way to use those funds as of yet. So it will sit there until that changes. Fund 168, Local Truancy Prevention and Diversion Fund. This as well has not had any expenditures as of yet. I'm drawing a blank.
This can't be used to fund like that new deputy position over in precinct 5, that truancy, for truancy purposes? Can't you be used for anything like that then? Huh?
One sec. That was 168, right? Sorry, I drew a blank on this one.
This was the one that I had picked up on Friday, and it says specifically juvenile.
Case manager. I apologize. Thank you, Heather. So yes, this is the one that it was established to account for the collection of certain court costs for misdemeanor offenses. It may only be spent for the salary of a juvenile case manager. And we do not have that type position, yes, so we have not had any expenditures. I apologize. So I need to go back to Fund 167. This was the Juvenile Delinquency Prevention Fund. This is used to account for the juvenile delinquency prevention and graffiti eradication fees. And so they may be used to repair damage caused by graffiti, provide education, intervention programs, rewards for offender information. And so again, when we haven't had a lot of ways to use that in the past.
Can you go back to the one that we were just on?
Of course, 168.
Yeah,
Yes,
77.
sir.
So that's an accumulation from how many years? It's taken several years to build that amount
Yes,
up.
yes.
Okay, that's
That one started like right a year or two before 2014 when I was on the team at JP, so like 2012, 2013.
So,
Been years.
10, 11 years it's taken to get to, okay. Okay.
Fund 170, this is the Law Library Fund. This fund takes in a lot of money and it is highly utilized as well. We cover a piece of the position in the judge's office that helps maintain the law library. That is budgeted here, as well as supplies and general legal reference materials for that library. And then we're also able to use these funds for the individual courts. And they're able to buy their legal reference materials either in hard copy form or the electronic databases that they access. We charge those here. Fund 175, this is the District Clerk Errors and Omissions Fund. This is a fund that has a small amount go in it each year, but is used for errors and omissions within the District Clerk's office, in the capacity of his office. And of course, it builds up a large balance because we don't use it. Fund 265, this is the DA Pretrial Intervention Program Fund, PTIP. So the fees that go in here can be used solely for the PTIP program. We fund one full position here and 80% of another position here, as well as the taxes and benefits related to those. And then there's operating cost also budgeted here for that program. The one increase was for furniture and equipment, and that was due to the fact that there's the possibility that they would move to a new location. So. And then 267, this is the Court Initiated Guardianship Fund. And so we use this to budget for guardianship services. Whatever the estimate is for the year, we budget, like, we've completely cleaned out the fund balance, and then the remainder we put in general fund, and that'll be found in the county judge's department. So that'll fluctuate from year to year based on how much is in this fund. So any questions, concerns?
Special funds? Nope.
I actually thought y'all had done these while I was on the cruise. So
I'll note that for
Dang
next
it.
year.
Francis set me up. I know what you were thinking.
But I think, we do, I know we do usually go through them quickly, but like I said, add it all together, they're all necessary costs, I feel like, that are running through those, and without this, it would be in general fund, so,
That's right.
so good thing to keep in mind. Okay. And then, Anna has one more thing she, needs to share with you as well.
One more?
Yes.
I just won't go away. I was providing the court the summary of the cost of living adjustment application, and I missed a group. I just want to cover that group to be sure that I recorded what the court was intending, and so that was I mentioned general positions, step pay positions, elected officials, and I missed the department heads. We came to the adjustment, consensus on adjustment based on ratio, and I had that column labeled, that's the amount or budget before applying COLA. So COLA will still be applied on top of that, and so I just wanted to confirm that.
I think it's what we talked about this morning. That's how it would be done. On those salaries we adjusted this morning?
Yes.
That we talked through, and then we talked
top
about
of
COLA would be on top.
COLA on top.
Right.
On top, yeah.
Okay. That was the group I had missed, and so I wanted
Right.
to be sure I
Yeah.
kind of reiterated that.
No problem.
That was it. That was easy.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I guess then that is all we have. We'll work on pulling this together more tomorrow, and then pick back up on Wednesday. I know we'll gavel in tomorrow, but and anything you think of, if there's any thoughts you have tomorrow or any questions, please just contact us and let us know, so that we if there's something we needed to be prepared for on Wednesday, we're happy to do that.
Okay. Anything else? You need to jump up here, Dustin? Everybody good?
No, I don't think.
Heather, you're good? All right. That being said, then, we are adjourning, right? Yep. Court will adjourn at this time, and see you folks at 9 in the morning.
Recording stopped.
Shouldn't be a habit.
What's that?
Not anymore.
Yeah, I think this is the most days in a row we've ever met.
I agree.
It's over.
It's been intense.
That's the cool part.
What we get for taking off a
Intense.
week.
And